Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with another edition of Women Capital Conference. It is going to be an amazing conference today. As you saw, the quality of the speaker, especially the women who is contributing in today's day. We will be first of all thanking a couple of team members and organizations because of their contribution and effort. This program is live today. I'll start with the Voice of Global Women, which is an organization all over the world working for women rights, women organizational way. And today is really competitive in so many ways, and the objectives for the Voice of Global Women is very core and very, very impressive in so many ways. Voice of Global Women is working in collaboration with Berkeley, is in shaping the future women leaders in terms of training and in terms of consultancy, trying to create some jobs and advocating free education for women in developing country, as already in developed countries the governments are providing free education and free health care. And of course, very important is woman is the boss of herself, so fostering entrepreneurship amongst them. There are a couple of projects which are very, very dynamic, and I personally like them as well, which is close to my heart. The most important is the girls online school, which you can connect from anywhere in the world. It's free of cost, and it is providing a quality curriculum and the quality education to the developing nations, kids and girls. Women health clinics, they are working across the globe in order to make sure that the woman has access to the education and the healthcare. women in entrepreneurship. There is a trading portal where the woman entrepreneur can upload their products and services and sell all over the world electronically. So that's create a platform for the women in order to make business more viable for them. And obviously the woman is dynamic, sensitive, caring, and having a leadership capabilities. So we definitely run women incubation and startup centers where women can have access to the ideas, the services, the public relations, and the most important is the funding, which is the most important. Now, as a keynote today, because we're a community together for the human resources, human capital, and it's very important for us to understand that how CEOs are taking the human resources in their considerations. That's really important. That how, as a CEOs, we see to the human resources. We'll talk about the most famous, the leaders globally. They are the iconic people who has done the successful outcomes for their organizations. So they say that the leadership is hard to define and the good leader even harder. But if you can get people to follow you to the end of the earth, you are a great leader. Well, this shows that how important is to follow the people and understand and improvise and guide them. This is Indra Nuri. Then let's see in Apple, which is the world largest, or you can say the world richest organization. The Tim Cook, who is the current CEO of Apple, he says we believe that a company that values diversity will outperform a company that does not. So it's really important to create a diverse work environment where there are a lot of brains together and they create a positive synergy for the whole organization. The Adobe is a big name. Without this, the creative world is incomplete. So the CEO of Adobe is great ideas come from everywhere. We must empower our team to innovate with freedom. That's really important that we should have a diversified team who has capacity to introduce themselves and share network creative ideas and empowerment is really important when you give people a freedom to choose the way they want. You just define the objectives. These are really important factors. And the CEO of LVMH, which is a very, very eminent, very, very nice organization. They say luxury is the combination of excellence, creativity, and innovation, all powered by people because people are the organization. If you see the definition of organization, organization is a group of people working together for a common objective. Now, there are a couple of points which I want to put in front of all the HR community. While they are working, they should know the CEOs and the group CEOs, even the board is looking for these key considerations from their side. So, aligning a talent strategy with innovation and long-term growth is really important for the organizational objectives, prioritizing well-beings, purpose, and belongings. Invest in leadership development and all the levels, do the succession planning, get ready for all the level challenges, and build adaptive and inclusive culture in the organization. That's really important. We face a lot of challenges as a CEO, and which is related to human capitalism. Retaining high performance performer employees is really important and very difficult. Your competitors are keeping an eye on yourself, your employee, your staff, and they really comes across. Obviously, there are laws to protect it, but not every time the law is applied on particular situation because scenarios are quite diversified. Very important thing is succession planning on various bases, managing the shifts and integrating technologies like AI and artificial intelligence. These are the most important challenges that we are facing. Now, in terms of call to action, what CEOs should do is must lead boldly in shaping the human capital of tomorrow. We must elevate women leaders and try to dismantle the systematic barriers who stops women to come on sea levels and invest in inclusive innovation. Collaboration across public and private sectors is essential to reimagine the future of the work. That's the things that we need to work on. And with this, my keynote, I'm very excited to see the first speaker of the day, who is always a great sport for the women community and community in large in UAE, United Arab Emirates. And this lady is herself is a very dynamic lady, a role model for the upcoming youth, and a very dynamic in terms of leadership. She herself break the barriers and break the taboos that a woman can not lead. She showed that women can lead, and once a woman lead, the world see itself. Please welcome Her Excellency Arifa Al Falahi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today we are in the UAE celebrating, or we are initiating a very good event, which is talking about the woman in the human capital of UAE. Woman has shown her power, her empowerment, her effort, her influence in all the sectors. So today we are talking about the woman. There is no good topic to talk about the woman unless we are talking about what she does nowadays in all the sectors. So we know that woman has given her all effort, all her influences being a mother. And today, when you are comparing what she did in the past decades and what's happening nowadays, is quite a big change. And why that change happened? Because of the what's happening in the world. The trend has been changed from the responsibility that has been given to a woman being the owner of the house, the CEO of the house, the CFO of the house, to more challenging roles in the market. And today she is working with her male brothers in the private government sectors, challenging them and her capabilities, competences, and qualities. So what we have seen on the woman and her influences throughout the decades, that was remarkable. Women used to be only isolated in certain roles because the mindset of the community, of the society, that the woman's supposed to be only a housewife, a mother, a sister, and a wife at the end of the day to take care of the house. Although she was doing some minor jobs to support her husband and family, which generate the income for the family and to fulfill the needs of the family. However, today her responsibility has become a more surprising, a more challenging, and more effective. So what we have seen that many of the organizations today, whether they are private or government, they are seeking to hire the woman, and especially when it comes to UAE. The changes which happen in the woman when it comes to her education and the quality of roles that have been provided to her, it was something that was noticeable by the government, by the leaders, and by the public. So UAE national woman has shown her capabilities because she got a proper education. The government of the UAE at the late time of Sheikh Zayed Al Nahyan, rahmatullahi alayh, who believed in the woman power, that he always used to say that she is the half of the society, because he believed that if she can manage the house, run the house with the family, and build the new generation and new leaders of this country, she can take up, the high responsibility of work with her male friends and brothers. So what have been changed, it has been changed with even the mindset. Many of the companies today, they would love to hire the UAE national ladies because of the capabilities and competences that she carry with her. What they have realized that the woman nowadays, she is like a very patient person. She has something which is unique or more higher than the male, which is emotional intelligence. Today, in leadership positions or roles, you don't need leaders who are bossy. You need those passionate leaders who have emotional intelligence, who knows how to run the objectives, mission of the company, who knows how to influence the peers, the workers around them. It's all happened with emotions, how to manage them, how to influence them, how to be a good public speaker when it comes to convince someone to agree with you on certain targets, on certain objectives and mission and vision of any of the companies. And I believe today many of the women have taken that challenges and they have proved to the society that they are no longer less than a man when it comes to giving a proper results to the organizations. She's very focused. She's multi-talents. She can run many projects at the same time. She can do many tasks at the same time. And the good thing about her, that she does it very beautifully without even complaining about the pressure that she has. So being, a feminine creature with masculine skills when it comes to delivering any task, she has done it very beautifully and without even giving a doubt to any of the organizations that woman is not capable to give, or to deliver the KPIs or the targets of the company. We have seen the woman today. Let's say I'm coming from the finance sector. It's one of my, daily routines where I work in the banking fields. And I have seen many of the ladies around me that they have those critical and technical roles to give a proper service to her customers. So if you go to the banking and finance sectors, you will be surprised by knowing that we as a UAE nationals and banking sector, compared to our male UAE nationals, we acquire 70% of the roles. And many of us today in the leadership and the higher and top management and level management positions. And that only happened when you deliver the efficient work to the management and you gain the trust. Let's go to the parliament. We go to the parliament. Also, we are very happy and lucky to have such government which believes in the women empowerment in such field. And what we have seen in the women today, that we share 50% of the seats in the parliament. So, which again give us the confidence that the woman is capable to deliver such prestigious role, whether it's in the UAE or outside the UAE. Let's go to when we talk about the space, we have seen the space team. We, as a UAE national, perform or acquire 34% of the entire cost of the spaceship, which run by the government of UAE. And again, it's a great success. We go to the government sectors, which is, we used to see many of the UAE nationals where they have been hired with 66% compared to our male colleagues. And when it comes to decision-making positions, the UAE national ladies, they acquire 30% of the roles. And when it comes to academic and technical roles, they are 15% who are really doing great job, compared to her colleagues. So adding all these together, and one thing has realized that the government focus and empowering the woman. And we are glad that in 2015, we had a great initiative from the government to have a gender balance council, which ensure that to narrow the gap between the both genders and give the importance to the woman and empower her and give her the opportunities to show herself in the private and government sectors, which has been done beautifully for the last 10 years. We are very glad to have Sheikha Fatima bint Mbarak, the wife of the late Sheikh Zayed, the founder of the UAE, who believed with the late Sheikh Zayed and giving the proper education to the woman and empower her in the workforce place. Which again, if that didn't happen, it could have not been cascaded to their children, who are the leaders of the UAE today, the responsible decision makers in the UAE, and then to the society who accepted the fact that there is no difference between a man and woman unless you question their work and results of their work. So today, I believe we can't even, seek for, for jobs, or we don't even have to go and question the government or the society that we don't get opportunities. What we have seen today, that we have been given equal treatment, respect when it comes to the work, and there is no differentiation when it comes to even the salary package, when it comes to roles, when it comes to giving responsibility, empowerment, delegations. What we have seen, that it's all about the trust on the woman, because what they have seen throughout the years, that her confidence level in delivering the task was amazing. So being a proud UAE national, being a proud woman in this part of the world, which is United Arab Emirates, I'm very proud of the government and the leaders that we have who always ensure that we are equally treated with our male colleagues, who never hesitate to give us opportunities and never uh, hesitate to empower the woman and give her the respect and validate her work. And what we have seen that we always get validation. And that's why in 28th of August of every year, the UAE and the government, they always celebrate the UAE National Women Day for what she has done, how she become from a mother to a working influencer at the workplace. And we are so glad to see such love, such care, such empowerment, and such initiatives in the UAE to ensure that the woman has her own place compared to her male colleagues. And if I would love to share a lot of examples, it might take days and ages for me because there are a lot of successful stories when we talk about the women empowerment in the United Arab Emirates. But I know we have only short period of time to summarize what's going on in the United Arab Emirates when it comes to women in the human capital and the organizations, or as a human capital in the organizations, which has a great influence. And I always say that it's not because of her own effort, to be honest. She is talented, she is competent, she's competent, but what happens that we had the male support. We had our parents support, fathers, brothers, the leaders of the UAE, the society, and all our male colleagues, friends who supported the woman uh, and accept the fact that a woman is a partner of their success, whether it's when it comes to social, when it comes to family, and when it comes to the government and economical growth. So thank you so much to give me this opportunity. Barclays Middle East, as always, you are having a great initiative to show the or showcase the woman's effort and her work and her achievements throughout your events and conferences and webinars. So thank you so much for this opportunity and wish you to see you soon, inshallah, in future with more achievements and more results, inshallah. Thank you so much. مع السلامة. عارفة الفلاحي.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, for your lovely comments for the appreciation of Berkeley. Berkeley is really doing a great job. And the message is very clear by Her Excellency that all women should continue their efforts to lead the organization and the departments they are working in. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the next speaker of the day and see who is with us. Hi, Frederica. How are you doing today? Are you on the mute? I can't hear you. Seems there is a voice issue. I can't hear you properly. Maybe if you do some troubleshooting on your mic, would be great. Yeah, I think there is a voice issue. Meanwhile, as she will join it, I will introduce her. Frederica Clara is the belongs to the Purple Lemonade. She helped organization building systems in macro and micro terms. partnering with HR, L&D, leadership teams. She create an impactful workplace. He has 20 plus year experience working with some very good organizations like Unilever, Aramco in Saudi Arabia, and PIF, which is the Saudi Investment Fund. And today she is going to share her thoughts on a resilience equation, a reset ritual for the resilient mind. It's going to be a very interesting talk for the day.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I hope you're doing great. So, mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here today. Very honored. Um, Excellent. I can also see my slides. So my name is Federica Cereza. Thank you very much for the introduction. I spent the past 20 plus years working for a number of very fast-paced global organizations such as Mars, Diageo, Johnson & Johnson. And throughout my corporate career, I've experienced at different stages the negative effects of chronic stress and burnout. And turns out I was not alone. In fact, even right now, one person out of two in the workplace is suffering from chronic stress and burnout. And guess what? As women, we are 50% more likely to suffer from stress. So, what is the solution? It would be great to have a magic wand and getting rid of stress altogether. That's not realistic because we can't get rid of stress from our day-to-day life. But also, some stress can be actually positive. So our solution is actually to build those muscles, those coping skills that help us neutralize stress. So that's what resilience is all about. And my mission today is to help organizations, teams, and individuals to build this resilience muscle. So I want to start with a little quiz, a little game to get us in the mood. So I will be sharing a few questions, and if you can answer in the chat. So first question, what percentage of workers you think globally are currently in survival mode due to chronic stress? A, 4%, B, 9%, C, 58%, or D, 15%? Please answer in the chat. And 58%. So, as I said, one person out of two is currently suffering from chronic stress and is in survival mode. So, second question, how does chronic stress affect people's thinking at work? A, it helps them make quicker and better decisions. B, it improves their focus and attention to detail. C, it makes it harder to think clearly, focus, and make decisions. And D, it increases energy and motivation. Please answer in the chat. And C, it makes it harder to think clearly and make decisions. So our decisions get progressively worse and worse the more stressed we become. And last question, what impact does chronic stress or being in survival mode typically have on productivity? A, productivity increases by 10 to 20%. B, productivity stays the same. C, productivity decreases by 15 to 25%. Or D, productivity decreases by 1 to 3%. Please answer in the chat. And productivity decreases by 15 to 25%. Probably not a surprise for many of us. So it's very clear that we have an opportunity. The opportunity is to build resilient teams. Resilient teams, they make better decisions, smarter decisions, they recover faster, and they perform better under stress. But what is resilience? Resilience is the ability to recover, to bounce back when some stressors, some threats come our way, they hit us. So think of resilience as a buffer that helps us neutralize all of those stressors. What is resilience is not. Resilience is not endurance at all costs. So how do we build resilience? So I'm sure a lot of you are HR professionals, so capability frameworks are your bread and butter. And I couldn't help but share a couple of capability frameworks today. So we look at resilience at two different levels. We look at resilience at micro level, which is essentially at individual level, at workers level. And we develop 5 key capabilities: mental clarity, emotional agility, or the capability to be able to regulate our emotions effectively. We look at helping people to manage their energy levels and their recovery. And we help people understand their individual purpose in the context of the organization and self motivate. And last but not least, we help people build deeper connections in the workplace, because people that have deeper connections in the workplace are more resilient. And then we look at resilience at macro level. So this is all about creating the environment within the organization where resilience thrives and we foster resilience. So this is what we call leadership capabilities. There are 4 key capabilities we develop among senior leaders, and one of them is strategic clarity. So if people have clarity on the overall strategic direction of the organization, they are actually more resilient. We also equip leaders with the ability to effectively manage change and communicate change. The third aspect is about organizational culture. So we help leaders understand how to foster a strong organizational culture. And last but not least, it's all about psychological safety. So we help leaders understand how to develop psychological safety in the organization. So as much as I would like to share more about our programs, I need to be very focused. So I'm going to zoom in into emotional agility for a moment. And I'm going to talk briefly about how we lose control of our emotions. So this is a process in the brain that is called the amygdala hijack. What happens in the amygdala hijack? And by the way, the amygdala is a component of the brain that sits on our side. And it's called amygdala because it originates from ancient Greek. Amygdala means almond in ancient Greek because of the shape of this particular component of our brain. The amygdala is essentially the security team of our brain. It scans the environment searching for threats. Whether they are real or just perceived, it gets activated. And it gets activated through a stress response. I'm sure many of you know the fight, flight, or freeze response. And what happens when we are in this stress response? Essentially, all our logic brain shuts off and we are at the mercy of our emotions. So how do we gain control back? So there are several different techniques that we can use. We do in our courses, we train people on cognitive techniques, but this is a very quick, simple hack that I'm sharing with you. It's body-based, so we feel the effect immediately. It's called the physiological sight. How does that work? The physiological sight is made of 3 different phases. I'm going to demo that for you, and then we're all going to breathe together in a moment. So it's made of one first inhale, then a second inhale until our lungs are completely full, and then it's followed by one long exhale. So one more, let me show you. Inhale, second inhale, and then one long exhale. So this particular technique is super useful obviously gets rid of that extra carbon dioxide is in our body. It lowers our heart rate immediately, and it takes us back to our grounded space and moves us back from the fight, flight, or freeze mode. So if I can ask the support of the technical team, we are going to practice this breathing technique together. If you can help me with the video. Okay, thank you very much. First exhale, second exhale, inhale and exhale. First inhale, second inhale, exhale. First inhale, second inhale, and exhale. First inhale, second inhale, and exhale. Last one. First inhale, second inhale, and exhale. Thank you. If you can take me back to the slides, perfect. So very quick hack that you can also teach to your kids. Very good when you feel those emotions bubbling. So just for you today, to help you start your resilience journey, I have a very small gift. So if you want to book a free session on us, please email me. You find my email address on this slide. You can book a completely free, no strings attached, breathe and reset session, or a session on lead a difficult conversation. Is a bit of a teaser of some of our programs. And super excited to be here. Please do come and say hi on LinkedIn. You find the QR code to my profile here. If you want to chat capability frameworks, resilience, and potential opportunities to develop resilience in your organization, we do special programs for women as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us today. And this was Federica who was talking about the stress. So let's see the next speaker of the day. Hi, Nov. Thank you very much for joining today.
Hello, Musa. How are you? So
I'm
glad to
doing great. I'm great. And how is the environment in Saudi Arabia at the moment?
Well, it's just amazing. Well, we can't complain about the heat around. Apparently, it's everywhere in the world, but everything around is just going great.
That's great, ladies and gentlemen. This impressive woman is going to talk about leading human capital, how women shape the future of work. So, Mike is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Musa. I'm so glad actually to be the second after a presentation on stress relief. So I think the stage is ready for me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone, and good morning. My name is Nouf Ahmed Eid Al Harbi, and I'm a passionate human capital professional and an advocate for leadership development. I'm currently working for the Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, ISEC, which is a member of the Islamic Development Bank Group. It is such a great honor for me to be part of this amazing gathering focusing on women in human capital. Today, I will be sharing my thoughts on how women leaders are not only shaping the future of work, but as well humanizing it, leading it with passion, with empathy, with purpose and impact as well. So I hold a firm belief that leadership should not be defined by gender only, but by vision, by integrity, and by empathy as well. That said, we must also recognize that while leadership should exceed gender, access to leadership opportunity has not been equally granted. This is exactly why we must focus on women in leadership, not only for the fairness, basically, but for achieving resilient, innovative, and forward-thinking organizations. Why this topic matters? It basically matters because research consistently shows that diverse leadership teams and groups performs always better. And women does bring collaboration, calibration, resilience, and emotional intelligence qualities, which in today's complex work, that is exactly what is needed. When we support women to lead, we do not just advance individuals, we unlock the future of potentials in organizations. And as you can see in my presentation, the representation of women in leadership position is really telling. It's a quite distribution between senior management, CEOs, board members, and even in diplomatic positions. Even with this representation that we can see and the numbers that are quite telling, there are still, despite certain barriers that we can all see. Gender biasness, for example, is one of them. The underrepresentation in certain positions as well. And we still find out that there are so many women facing challenges when it comes to balancing their leadership responsibilities and roles with their family's responsibility. But we should also recognize that there are certain breakthroughs where women are currently redefining the workplace culture, driving equity agendas, and showing the impact of inclusion in leadership. Mentorship, policy shifts, and visibility is also helping us all to turn all these barriers into stepping stones. How we should shape the future of work. As a human capital professional, we have a very unique responsibility on what the future of work should look like. We must invest in leadership development, and this is not just a checkbox or just KPIs for us that we need to achieve towards the end of the year. It should be a culture, actually, in the organization. We must champion the inclusion and belongings, ensuring that everyone has a seat on the table. Technology as well is a very important matter in today's world. And it is actually a part of any transformation that is taking place in any organization, not even an organization, in the entire world. We need to embrace it as a tool of empowerment. And above all, we must model the change we want to see by being very visible, by being very courageous, and by being an intentional leader. Leadership never comes accidental. We should really focus on having it as a milestone and the way forward for our actions in the future. To truly shape the future as well, we must build a pipeline. And this has to start very, very much early by identifying a high potential woman and invest in their growth. Provide coaching, provide mentorship, giving them opportunities to lead certain project, not a small project, a real project that really matters. Leadership development must be deliberate, not accidental, as I mentioned earlier. It must be embedded into our systems, into our cultures, and even in our organization strategies as well. The impact of women in leadership exceeds very much beyond just a job title. So it's not just being a CEO or being a board member or being a senior manager. When women leads, basically, they bring others together. They bring others along. They build strong teams, more inclusive teams. They foster innovation through collaboration and calibration as well. And their presence in the workplace inspires the next generation. We all agree that representation does matter, not just for those who are watching from far, but for those who are wondering actually if they too belong to the table. And definitely everybody belongs to the table, and we're welcoming everyone to the table. What should we do tomorrow? What should we do today? What should we do in the next hour? We just need to begin by advocating for inclusive hiring and promotion practices, support our policies that recognize a full scope of work-life integration. And most importantly, I would advise everyone around just to mentor just one woman around. Extend a hand, share a platform, offer a word of encouragement. Trust me, it could be for you a very small action, but these small actions will build up in a very big impact in the future. As a closing thoughts, we do believe all in the future where leadership isn't just defined by a gender, as I mentioned earlier. It's defined by a vision, by the integrity, by the empathy. So let us all get together and build this future together. Human capital is not just about building organization. It's all about evolving people. Trust me, human capital is all about people. Let us just focus on people. And women as well plays a very big role in this transformation. Let us lead with courage, with compassion, with purpose, with passion, and let's lift others with us when we rise. Building the future should not at all be defined by barriers, but it should be basically defined by possibilities and by opportunities. Let me end by thanking everyone who joined us today. It was such a great pleasure for me to be with you. Berkeley, Middle East, thank you so much for this invitation and giving me the opportunity to speak today, and wishing everyone around a very wonderful, successful future and a very impactful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah, for such a lovely and interesting presentation.
Thank you,
And
Musa.
we would love to invite you for an individual discussion because you have so much knowledge, and this time is very limited to
It
express.
is gonna be my very much pleasure.
Thank you very much for joining today, ladies and gentlemen. This was Norf, who was joining us live from Saudi Arabia, and she was from the Islamic Cooperation, and amazing woman who has an amazing message for the community. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's go towards the next speaker of the day, and welcome. Hello, Sam. Thank you very much for joining today.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I hope you are doing great.
Alhamdulillah, all is well, Alhamdulillah, and hope all the audience and your team and all women around the world will as well.
That's great. So everyone is very excited to hear about your thoughts. So mic is in your hands. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Musa. Hello all. I'm truly honored to be there with you today at Berkeley event, the Global Woman of Voice of Women, the great conference that we are working today. Today, inshallah, before I tell you what I do. Just let me tell you who I am. I'm Hussam Fikri. I'm man blessed and shaped by women around me. At home, I live with the daughters, a strong wife, and raised by a quietly resilient mother who taught me what real strength looks like in the world. So every morning when I show up at work, I carry with me their voices, their struggles, and their dreams. And when that's your lens, I believe you don't just support women, you commit to building system through. Today, I lead the HR share service at Abu Dhabi Group across 6 countries, support over 6,000 employees, and serve as a head of HR of multiple entities in Emirates. I started my work at Audit, and when if anyone told me 10 years ago that I was standing today to talk about people or cultures or something like that in Global Women Conference, I would be laughed, because I came from the world of numbers, not people. I was trained in audit, not empathy. But life has a way to shifting when you choose purpose over comfort and people over purpose. So that today, inshallah, this will give you my story quickly, and how this shapes my career. Now I started an audit, 6 years of numbers, and all of this stuff related to spreadsheets, control testing, and all of over the controls. Then I moved to Abu Dhabi Group as an internal audit, also an audit traveled across the markets, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Bahrain, Pakistan, Iraq, and even Yemen. And this all within my lens beyond the controls. I was focused on cultures, not only the numbers. I was thriving on paper, structures, and credibility, and the logic, the sense, but something feel not comfort with me. Behind every number was a face, exhausted, unseen, unheard. Behind every system was someone struggling to make it work. And suddenly, I didn't just want to report problems, I want to fix them. I asked myself, what if I could build system? This is what I used to do, but how is I uplifted people instead of just analyzing them? What if I could contribute beyond the spreadsheets and move into two lives, into the people, into the hearts? This quiet question changing everything inside myself. Leaving the audit after 10 years of experience was not a calculated move. It was a brave one. I believe this. It's need courage, need resilient, need thinking wisely and strategically. And I was walking away something I had mastered. I diving into something many dismissed, because people told me HR is so soft. You are giving all the technical credibility you built. Are you starting over? All this question be in my mind, but for me, I wasn't starting over. I was starting closer to myself, to my heart, and to my passion. Then I moved from the corporate HR, from the internal audit to the corporate HR. That's why I truly found my place. Today, I lead the regional HR shared services function, managing the compliance and the payroll, employee expense, all of things related, transactional work related to the employees, for over 6,000 employees, and directly lead the HR for several entities in UAE. And here's the truth: the audit background didn't limit me in HR. It gave me an unique edge that I believe I working with now. Audit taught me structure, but the HR taught me the soul. Combining both together, the audit background and the HR studying and experience, contribute to the HR transformation program that we already did, redesign the operating model and how to be customer centric or how to be employee centric, build the shared service from the scratch, around the people and how they can empower them and how can they enable them better, and champion people centric system as well, being fully centric about the employees. But my greatest impact that hasn't been through the system, and that what I believe in, it has through people, especially women. And as I told you before, I surrounded by many women. So this for me, it's a big deal, and it's a big concern. One of the most meaningful part, as I mentioned, has been mentoring and championing women in the workplace, particularly in function often labeled as male-driven, such as the payroll function or the transactional work. Always they say it's for men, it's for men, it's headache for the women, it's take a long time for the women. But I believe no. I believe might be because I have seen what happens when women give the mic and the leadership meetings. I have seen the changes when she hears you are ready, you can do it, you can lead it. I know that you are deserve this. I believe that you can do this. I know that you do this better than anyone. So you didn't need to be perfect. You just need to be present in this situation. So it's for me, it's not only the passion to empowering people or empowering women or building the culture or building the teams or building effective function to the company that will help the company and make money or save money or give better services and analytics. But it just passion. It's also a personal for me, as I told you that I'm repeating this more and more, but I know this because I'm father of two daughters. Every decision I make as a leader in the workplace is filtered through the future I want them to be in. The world where women lead boldly, with respect, without apology, with empowerment. World where are seen, heard, valued, and also not they expected to be in, inshallah. World also where power is shared, not protected. No one can say because it's woman you can't do this because of you are still a young lady who didn't do this. No, I believe in this. I want this for my small ladies, my daughters, and also need this for all of people that are working on this. When I mentor, and that's why when I mentor the woman at work as well, يعني I see some women are still shy, their voice is quiet in the meeting room. They don't want to share their insights or their feelings or their be participated in the groups. But when I coach them, I told them, no, you need to be there, you need to be present. I need you to talk more. I need to give your example. I need to participate and be part of this. And I believe it's equally, and we need all of this together to work on safe environment and also on better world. If this for me is very something important and what I believe in. I will go through now my journey and or my 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 hands-on experience on the career shift, especially been two different function, audit and HR, from numbers to people. That's why I will not take a lot, inshallah, but this is a very hands-on experience from my career shift. I know it's overwhelming from shifting career from function to function, but here's five main tips that you can work on. Trust your voice, trust the voice inside you, the quiet voice saying this is not for me anymore. No, listen to it. It's not a fear, it's growth. Don't wait to everyone approval. Don't wait for their alignment or their blessing. Go ahead. Second one, redefine success in your teams. What matters 5 years ago may not reflected who you are today, and that's okay. And that's exactly what happened to me 10 years ago, not Hussam now. Success not fixed path, it's moving target and resilient between the ideas. On your third one, it's on your transferable power, because it's they don't your past roles give you skills, structure, thoughts, experience, communication, leadership, etc. This don't disappear in the career shift. They become your exact superpower in your second role or new role, inshallah. Fourth, build a circle that believes in you, that um, see who is supporting you, who is your mentoring, if it's your coach, if anyone on the field can bring you the insights from the new role or new industry. All of this you need to think about and surround yourself with the success people and the stories. Number five, perfection is myth, and confidence often come from overleap, not before. Start small, just start. This is the main issue, inshallah, that you need to start it right now. I want to leave you changing careers. Yani, this is my final reflection for you, and this is the final thing I need to say today for all. Changing careers is not about abandoning your past, it's realigning with your purpose and your passion. You are not defined by your title, you are defined by the impact you choose to make and live to the people surround you, the lives that you are choose to elevate, the hearts that you need to be in touch every day. I moved from the HR, as I told you, to the from audit to HR. So I moved from numbers to people, from logic to leadership, from spreadsheet to hearts. And what I found on the other side, that was just better career. It's for me, it's authentic life. So if anyone, if a woman or anyone questioning about his path today, leader shape the culture or a present raising the next generation. Finally, please remember three things: be brave enough to choose yourself, be bold enough to be differently, be kind enough to bring others with you together. And finally, and that's the end, because, and this is the quote I love, because when woman rises, we all rise. Thank you all. Wish you the best. I'm here to support anyone. Anyone need any question? My LinkedIn in there. You can talk to me anytime, and I'm really proud to support and be there today. Thank you, Musa, and I think I'm on time. It's okay.
You're on time, Osam, and your message is clear and loud that we should be bold enough. We should be
Exactly.
showing the impact that no one will remember our faces. People will remember what impact we left in the society with our true efforts. So I want to thank you for joining us today, and I'm looking forward to see you in the future.
Good luck to all. Thank you. Bye bye. See you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was Hussam, who was talking with his heart and with his soul that impact is really important, and I totally agree with it. People will not remember at the end of the day your skin color, your race, your country. They will always remember the work you did it for the community development, leading from the front, talking about those issues which no one talks, with a fear of losing job or losing some kind of market share. So with this, let's move towards the next speaker of the day, and please welcome. Hi, Dr. Jasim. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hello, sir. Good morning, and it's my pleasure to be here with you today.
Likewise, we are very excited to see your digital transformations talk. So, mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It's really a pleasure to be here with you in this online conference among all the industry leaders, especially women today, where we have a big hope on them, on their special capabilities when it comes to analytical thinking, critical thinking, and this is based on their mind structure that God gifted them. So today in our presentation, we will discuss the empowerment or the empowering the future workforce with artificial intelligence tool and system, and how to perceive such artificial intelligence tool and system as an augmentation, not a replacement of human resources. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Dr. Jassim Al-Awadi with 2 decades of experience in the telecom sector, from engineering back to customer operation, product management, and recently on the digital transformation program. So before we begin, let me give you a story that recently I came across. If anyone familiar with an organization, it's in the fintech sector called Klarna. Klarna, what they did, they laid off 700 call center resources, and they replaced them with artificial intelligence tool and system to take over the activities or the tasks within the organization when it comes to customer support, translation, content creation, and supporting the executive management decision. And the strategic focus or strategic objectives and laying off those resources and replacing them with artificial intelligence tool and system, it's to reduce cost. But is that really a right decision, or they missed with it? So the objectives is to reduce cost, targeting quality of service. But what happens? Their quality of service got impacted, and the value of the company reduced from 46 billion in 2021 to 15 billion in 2022. And this comes to the question, is artificial intelligence tool and system within that organization implemented with effectiveness or not? Or it is just we need to have an artificial intelligence tool and system come, integrate them into the organization and look at artificial intelligence tool and system similar to any other cognitive technology that you need to integrate and implement. So artificial intelligence tool and system, in my perspective and based on different studies and business and different practical outcome, it comes to redefine jobs and it replace some tasks. So it's redefining job, it's not taking over jobs, okay? And it's at the same time creating new opportunities. When it comes to the journey, always in all my speeches, I give an example of the United Arab Emirates. And the United Arab Emirates, we are really gifted by God with a visionary leaders. Our leaders, they have a very futuristic future foresee. They know what is the future, and they are forming a strategy for the government to meet the expectation of citizens when it comes to technology. The United Arab Emirates government started the digital transformation journey back in 2001 when they launched the e-government, and then they moved to smart government or mobile government in 2013 when Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, UAE Vice President, Prime Minister, and the ruler of Dubai, when he announced in the World Economic Forum in Dubai that I need all government services accessed through a smart devices or a mobile. So this was the initial stage of the smart government and the mobile government. And in 2017, the United Arab Emirates government started the artificial intelligence government. And the ambition is to convert or have all government services based on artificial intelligence tool and system by the year 2031. So if we look at this transformation, artificial intelligence tool and system, it's always linked with the government strategies. So it's linked with the UAE government strategy for the year 2031. At the same time, it's linked with the UAE Centennial Strategic Plan 2071 tasks and initiatives and objectives that all the enhancement within different sectors, it's need to be based on artificial intelligence tool and system. Before saying that, the United Arab Emirates, they are the only and the one having and launched artificial intelligence to minister, and they appointed the first minister globally, His Excellency Umar bin Sultan Al Ulama, to be the first AI minister globally. And we are gifted, as I said, that we have that vision in the United Arab Emirates. So if we talk about, or if we discuss about artificial intelligence tool and system and digital transformation program, the World Economic Forum in 2025, they released a report that concerning of the future of jobs. That report revealed that 60% of public sector organization and private sector organization, they are thinking to pursue their digital transformation program, and they have a target to achieve something by the year 2030. And at the same time, the report revealed that robotics and automation will impact labor market by 58%. So 58% of robotics and automation will impact the labor market, and automation will replace around 5 million jobs. Having saying that, the human-only tasks are declining, and we are noticing this in the government sector and the private sector. Today, it is at 47%, and the report revealed that it will be by 2030 at 33%. So artificial intelligence tool and system and expert systems will perform 33 of work tasks by the year 2030. So artificial intelligence tool and system need to be perceived as a work augmentation. If I give you an example of a work or of a task augmentation, if we look at the healthcare sector today, in the X-ray, when a patient go and take an X-ray, the X-ray technician takes the X-ray, he analyzes it, he writes a report and send a report to the doctor. But today, a lot of healthcare sector and healthcare organizations, they are using artificial intelligence tool and system to augment the work and the objectives of that X-ray technician. So the X-ray technician today, he use an artificial or a type of generative AI tool and system. So he only need to upload that X-ray photo, and the tool will review and look at the X-ray and will predict what disease that patient have, and it will write a report on behalf of the X-ray technician. So instead of the technician consume hours in analyzing X-ray photos and writing reports, it can be now in minutes. So the report also revealed that artificial intelligence tool and system will create 170 million new jobs and will eliminate 92 million jobs. So the net growth of the volume of jobs will be around 78 million. When it comes to the woman power into the AI field, the World Economic Forum in 2023 revealed a report that women are occupying only 22% of AI profession in the AI field. And this gives an alert to women workforce to change their mind and focus more on gaining that artificial intelligence tool and system knowledge to increase and be more into that field. And how this need to come into a picture, the same report revealed that the current workforce today, the 59% of the current workforce today, they need to reskill their skills by the year 2031, and 29% of the current workforce, they need to upskill their skills to keep up with the job changes and the future of jobs. And the people who have that resistance to change will face a risk of unemployment. This means that people will lose jobs? No. And especially in the tech sector, a report revealed that by the year 2026, there will be a shortage of tech workers by 85 million workers. So the field, or the tech field, need more tech workforce. And this comes to a cost, or a lose of a cost of business opportunity of $8.5 trillion. So when we talk about organization and how to implement artificial intelligence tool and system with effectiveness to avoid the example of Klarna, who directly laid off workforces and replaced them with artificial intelligence tool and system. And now they are at the stage to bring back those resources, because artificial intelligence tool and system, it's not implemented with effectiveness within that organization. So to implement artificial intelligence tool and system with effectiveness, you need to look at such tool and align it with your organization main objectives or main strategic objectives. So Gartner in 2024, they released that 89% of HR leaders saying that tech must complement with business strategies to be effective. So they are redefining some of the key roles within organization. If we look at chief information officer today, previously they were working on, or that chief information officer was working in isolation, looking at an IT platform within the organization. But today, it need to shift. He need to align with business, look at business, what new business opportunities they are looking to bring to meet the customer expectation and customers' need, and to align with the government strategy. So there's a shift in mindset, and now chief information officer, he need to, instead of working in isolation, looking at platforms only, he need to work with business, look at business, what's their need, and therefore he need to plan his platforms to be ready to integrate a new tool to meet the business need. And today, McKinsey, they revealed that companies with diverse executive teams are 25% more likely to outperform financially. And what does that mean? When there's a diversity in the executive team at the executive level, from both male and female, those organizations are perceiving, or they are 25% more likely to outperform financially. As I said earlier, women in the tech field and in different organizations, they are gifted from God on having different mind structure, on think differently, where they have very outperforming the strengths over male when it comes to analytical thinking and critical thinking. I think we are out of time. I make a presentation with a very full flow and picture. I think with the 15 minutes we couldn't finish the whole pack, and I look forward to have in future to have forward and another opportunities to give that lecture.
You're right. Actually, it is a very interesting presentation, and we have a special show for it, which is for information technology. And I will invite you in that for a more time, because
Sure.
your points are really important and very impactful, especially we saw Dubai transformation into a mobile, and this is the most efficient smart government in one of the best governments in the whole world. So
Indeed.
you pick it very nicely, and definitely we would love to enlighten our audience more about, because all the globe is listening to us.
It's my pleasure, sir.
So thank you very much, Dr. Jassim,
Thank you.
to join us,
Thank
and
you so
I'm
much.
looking forward to see you very soon.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was Dr. Jassim. He is a PhD and holding an academic and business background together, and working on digital transformation and AI implementation, which is the blood of the economy. As he mentioned, that the government of UAE saw a vision, and they want to get rid of typical steps of a bureaucratic environments. They bring into artificial intelligence, and now all the beneficiaries, all the citizen residents are using these services hassle free, which makes UAE is one of the best destinations to live in the whole world. With this impressive presentation, let's move to the next speaker and welcome and see who is. Hi, Monica. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much, Mr. Musa. And it's actually an honor to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for Berkeley, Massive Voice of Global Women, for giving me this opportunity. Um, yeah, first, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a senior talent acquisition, creating meaningful opportunities for all genders. But today I will focus on creating an opportunity for women. That's it.
That's great. Thank you very much for this lovely and short introduction. And now the mic is in your hands. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen now? Yeah. Okay. My presentation today will be creating human capital opportunities for women from recruiters' perspective. Um, our agenda will be the screen. So first, I will give introduction, what we will do, why human capital is important, and I will explain more the benefits also for giving opportunity to human capital. Then I will mention the challenges we are facing in the market, I mean recruitment market, and also I'll give two strategies how we enhance their opportunities in the market, and I will give some action to goal steps. It would be better for us all to yeah, maybe we can consider to get more opportunities. For some reason, 1 second. Okay, now it's better. Okay, I will start with the introduction. Women in human capital. I will begin under. I will give you explanation why. No, no. I'm so sorry. I will start with understanding what human capital really means and why we focusing in develop human capitals. Especially for women, and what is the priority for giving women opportunities. When we talk about human capital, especially for women, we are looking how can we empower women, develop her skills and talents, participate in the economy and society. And what is important of this matter? Because investing in women, it's not in women itself; it's on all society. And because if you are making diverse um, market for both genders, you will have more than build innovate team driving business success. For what's wrong? Okay, and this is we engaged. Okay, for some reason, I go. Okay, I'm so sorry for that. I have a problem here. Okay, this is for the beginning. I'm so sorry for that. Really, I was in my way, but now I'm ready. Okay. At the first point, I explain women human capital. The second one is why human capital for women. Women human capital is important. As I mentioned, women human capital benefits not only for women themselves, it's also for all families, country, communities, and everyone. Again, diversity will diversity give us more Oh my God, what's wrong? Engaged. Okay. Okay. The second slide, I will explain why it matters for business. Benefits of this human capitals. First thing, it will be diverse team perform better. Diversity will the reports mention the decisions that 87% of time come from the diversity of gender, of nationalities, of cultures. But the challenges, if you insert women in the team, it will be enhancing for the diversity, better to being for gender for male only. Women drive innovation. When women contribute all levels, the organization benefits will be reflect on border even until to customer side. Second thing is increase retention and morale. Okay. If you insert women in human capital, you will reduce turnover because يعني from the analysis they found women stay for a long time with the companies and they are looking for stability, and this is increasing their retention. Strengths and brand reputation. Okay, if your company or your entity mentions they have a equal gender, if they have gender equity opportunities, it will be a strong marketing reputation for your entity. And for these challenges, yeah. Okay. The challenges in the market, the entities give it to a male, like the leaderships, mainly the leaderships. But otherwise, there is some technical positions, like the technician position, they cannot give it to women, and this is one of the challenges. The other one, there is some gender bias in recruitment and the process. For example, if you are hiring candidate for a position, for some hiring managers, they mention, no, we need a man. This man will be can stay for long hours after working hours, etc., etc. So this is some bias for the recruitment. Okay. Also, equal pay for equal work. When we hire for some positions, if we have a salary range, yeah, this is from my previous experience, and it's globally. I understand. If we give this opportunity for a man, we know we will go the max for this range. But if we give this opportunity to the female, we'll give her maybe the start of the range, middle of the range, and this is the max we can offer. And I believe this is also wise from other perspective as a salary range. Okay, and the second thing, okay, I thought we can go for two strategies. These two strategies also can support how can we enhance this in our market, or how can we, as a recruiter, do improvement in recruitment. It will support this to it support to be a better practice. For the strategy one, first, for the gender, when we do the job description, we write sometimes they wrote some aggressive words, or made this words made disencourage the woman to apply for the position. I believe we can do this in a better way, and يعني for some candidates, suitable candidates, it's not matter to be woman or man. We can at least meet this woman and give them some opportunities to go for the interview. Maybe you find some woman have a good capabilities. It's better than a man, even he has more years of experience than here. Second thing, okay, for the bias interview, Okay. You can for us from our perspective as a recruiter, we can do in this case structured interviews, the same questions to apply for male or female, and our judgment would be better here. If we give the opportunity for the woman, we give her according her qualification versus a man. Okay, and diverse hiring plan. At the beginning of every year, every company or entity, they have their hiring plan for the year. And I believe if we focus on the diversity, and I know here in UAE, mainly in the government entities, they have a percentage of hiring women versus a man. For each department or each section, there's a percentage, and I believe this is encourage women to be in to have more than one opportunity. Um, this also, yeah, and the last thing, we can expand women networks. I believe we can do some communities or small networks like women human capital, Berkeley NMS, Voice of Global Women. This is one of the communities. This community focused to gather women and do some events, conference for women, and I believe it will be a big network. This network will help you. For example, I'm a recruiter. If I have an opportunities, someone can ask me if I have something related to her qualification. It will be an opportunity for me. If I'm in X company and I move to another company, I'll have a network here, or there. She can refer me or recommend me for another position. I mean, this is small networks. Have a long-term benefits, and it's very effective. And I believe this is a strong point in the first strategy. The second strategy is okay. There's first thing learning and upskill programs. There is some programs, for example, Google and Microsoft. They do some programs mainly focusing for women and their skills. I believe 3 years ago, I attended a camp for this is kind of camp. This camp gave us some conference related to how to be entrepreneur, how to start a business, how to be more confident, how to present, how to do all the process to initiate your business. Okay. The second thing is no, we create flexible and family-friendly work policies, support women to be more comfortable, and just for sure reflect on her time. Thank you so much for your time, guys.
Thank you very much for joining us today. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will move towards the next speaker of the day. Please welcome. Hello, hi, how are you doing today? You are on mute. Can you
Yeah.
unmute yourself?
Hi, how are you?
That's great. So, thank you very much for joining today. And mic is in your hands. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Uh, Trying to upload the file. 1 second. It's not being uploaded. Okay, I'll just share my screen. I mean that like since it's not being uploaded, so. Can you see my screen, please? Hello? Okay, Okay, thank you so much. I don't know, the original slide is not being uploaded, so I'll try my best to uh, whatever I did before. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this session. My name is Ashik Rafi. I work at INSEAD, but like this is my part of my doctoral study. So today we're gonna talk about understanding the role of psychological contract and shaping human resources or HRM in the UAE. So basically, almost close to 4 billion people in the world, they have signed some form of contract, right? They're employed. The nuance of contract was there from the like ancient civilization, and it became more like profounded when around 18th century or 19th century, more gig workers or like more workers or wage workers came into the economy because the perception of the work was that like exchange, like I work for you and you give my salary or the benefits, right? So that's kind of like nowadays known as a physical contract. So when you see a job, you apply for it, you get the job, you sign a contract, it writes down the pay, benefits, and other things like whatever the company is offering you. So that's known as physical contract. So some of the scholars say that like more than the 90% of this contract we can't see. That's known as psychological contract or silent contract, right? So because when the wage economy started, like or the industrial economy started around 1960, the arguers saw that like when people are having this exchange relationship, they're expecting something else also. Like it can be something for you, like you might want a promotion, or it can be for someone like I want more flexibility and leadership. For someone, I need more like learning and development opportunities. So it's going to be differ from people to people, and that's what we're trying to refer to silent contract. Then it came to the research, like people were started looking into it, but still didn't come to the forefront until 1989. Denis Rossio came and said that like it's individual schema, and there are different kind of this like psychological contracts which can be transformational, which can be very transactional or relational, right? So there is different kind of like psychological contract. So what it means like that when you see an iceberg, you see the tip of it. It's beautiful, and in morning in the lovely sunny day, you see a penguin running over it. But towards the end, it has the big iceberg, right? If you're not taking care of the human capital, like the need an individual psychological schema, it can become a very big thing for organization or like natural disaster. Like as an example, because if people's psychological contracts are not met, they are trying to withdraw from the work, and it can cause la employee engagement issues, organizational churn rate increase, also organizational loyalty, and name it. There are a lot of things. So that's why we need to take care of the psychological contract in the organizations. In a nutshell, we can see that like in the globally, we have almost it's saying that like according Gallup poll, only 15% of the employees are engaged, right? It's costing the economy more than $8.8 trillion, right? So I was thinking that like what are the other things is really, really affecting people? Of course, money is important, right? The financial aspects of the job is very important because we need to pay for our bills, we need to have personal needs and other things. But one of the interesting things I have been seeing in the newspapers that like 76% of the people in the UAE, or according to the Confed, 80% people are looking for jobs because of the like rising cost. Now you see, you might have a relationship like with your employer that like I signed this contract, I will work for you, but the market dynamic is changing because the rent is getting up, like the daily expenses getting up, so you need other things, right? Of course money will be important to a lot of people, but also another thing is that like we have to understand individual schema, right? Because also in the UAE we have more than 35% of the workforce are female, right? And particularly how the women's schema work is different from the other also, right? And even each woman or man can act differently and they have the different needs. So based on our literature review, we saw that like there are different factors that affects our human psychological contract. It can be individual, organizational, social, even anticipatory, like psychological contract. Before you joining a company, you saw a lot of branding about that. You're really attracted to this company, but when you join the company, it is not the things you expected, right? Or personally, your value system is not aligned with your team value system. or it can be a culture of organization, like which you anticipate that like that would be like this because you had good things. Maybe your team culture is different. So when all of these things are not going aligned with you, we have psychological contract triggers, right? Interestingly, one trigger stays for 11 days. That's why we need an intervention needed before a big trigger comes in. And particularly, we believe that like when there are multiple triggers, there is a breach in psychological contract. That's why we need continuous intervention by the human capital leaders or the organizational leaders to really intervene earlier to stop that. And part of it, I think that like that's why globally we have 62% of the people are quite quitters, because when there is like some deviation or like they think I'm done because it's not the thing I wanted, they are fleeting in their job, because that's what we call them, quiet quitters, right? Because they come to the work, they do the minimal work, and they go out. So that's why I feel that people get checked out, because their individual needs are not being met. So for my research, I know you can do this thing for your organization or for your things. How can I, Rafi, look into this psychological contract model? We need to be aware that like it's not only about the transactional side, it's also the, you know, the relational side that really have an impact on people's contract or engagement with the company. And then we wanted to understand this, like this is not silent, right? So that means our HR or the transformative leaders in the organization need to come and start having this conversation. Now, with that being said, there are four key takeaways I wanted to highlight that like we can focus on. The first thing is that like I wanted to say that like it varies, right? Each individual is different. So when the organizational leaders are having this recruitment conversation, as my colleague just now said, is that like you need to understand what motivated this person joining this organization. Is it because the person felt left alone in the other organization, or the person has more like transactional need, like I need just more salaries or everything, right? Because we're blessed in the UAE, we have 90%, 85 to 90% of the workforce are coming from more than 200 countries, right? It's very important to understand individual needs. The second thing is, I would say that like any other organization, we need to have a psychological contract plan, like L&D plan or PD plan, professional development plan. What I'm trying to say that is that like how these persons the psychological or cognitive makeup is going on. Like this person is saying that like I joined this company because of this. Is it the same after 3 months? Because psychological contract or silent contracts are dynamic. It can change tomorrow. It can be changed after a few months. So we need to have a check-in plan that like if it's still aligned or not. So that can be very important part of the organizational culture and transformation projects. Then we need to see this, that middle managers can act as a pivot for these changes, right? We need to bring these middle managers in the conversation, because they can check in with the employers regularly, what is happening. And but also you remember that like how organizations or the human beings perceive things, the information is coming from different sources. So the middle managers should really disseminate the information coming from the leadership regularly, because the difficult times like organizational restructuring or change or like pandemic events can change the really people's psychological contract. That's, we call it transitional psychological contract, because immediately there can be a breach, but if we are not taking intervention, that can be very chaotic, right? Because people will go and say bad things about the company, and it will really can damage the organizational reputation. My last thing is that like most of my research is now, since I finished my third year, is focused on the one agent, like how the employee sees the psychological contract. Maybe if you're working in a bank, there is a tripartite contract. What your managers, the companies are expecting out of you, or what you're expecting out of the company, or that your customers are asking for it. So there is a multi-agent dynamics, but it becomes very, very complicated. So to get started, we can start with one, like how your employees, then employer-employee relationship, and based on your company, it can be like really triggered, like women's psychological contract, men's psychological contract, how they're differing, and how can we really create a diverse and inclusive environment by understanding their own individual needs can be very important. So that's pretty much. Please let me know if you have any questions. I would be able to answer. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining, ladies and gentlemen. This was the presentation An amazing presentation. Let's move to the next speaker of the day. Hello, Kim. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you too. Thank you for hosting us, Musa. How is your day going?
It is amazing, and we are all very excited to hear your presentation. So, mic is in your hands. Please go ahead.
Great, great, great. Same pleasure here. Of course, first of all, thank you for hosting us. And I do believe this is a very fantastic opportunity to talk about one of the most important, interesting aspects of work environments in today's age. And also, I'm happy to say that we this is one of the greatest platform where we can talk about not only seeing women in the workplaces, but again, having heard from the previous speakers, it's very good to see actually all those insights that I've had, and I'm happy to build on that. Now, without any further ado, we'll go through my presentation, and I think I have one of the very interesting topic that I've looked up here that we're going to be talking about. So hopefully it's, yeah, there we go. So now we're going to look at how basically we can have women contribute more, and I'm going to be bringing that all across, whereby I talk about the fact that internships are not just for students, because in most cases you'll the UAE, you might find that in today's age, organizations are using internships as part of their talent pipelines. And that's why we're going to basically blend this into how we can use internships to have women reclaim their career path. And moving forward, that brings us to one shocking reality, which is that 98.5 of women they basically want to take career breaks. However, you might find a notion that, for example, I would look at some of my mentees. Sometimes you might have one of them say to you that, look, I've just started this job. I'm really so happy about it, but I'm really afraid to take a career break. Okay. So you might find situations like that. However, there are also statistics to back that up, as we'll see later on this slide. You'll see that, yes, 43% of women, they are more likely to take career break, and that is statistics corrected for the region of Middle East. Also, you'll find over 216K of women, they basically have fantastic degrees which range from science, technology, economics, and mathematics, which is really very exciting. And these are people you need to have as part of your talent in the workplace. And also you'll find that, let's say if a woman goes on a career break, either due to maternal reasons or further education, you'll find that when they try to come back to the workplace, in some cases it happens. 85% of that will happen through connections, which is very common used here. Now, when it comes to them returning back after their career break, you'll find 60% they most likely able to return to their work either after 1 year. And also you'll find another 50%, they're either to return after 1 or 2 years. And then the other percentage, which is in the 30s, they're able to come back either after 2 to 5 years. And then the rest past 5 years. So these realities, in some cases, people would not think about. However, if you've put these into consideration, let's take a scenario of an organization. If women, knowing how contributive they are in today's workplaces, basically we should not see challenges into them returning to the workplace. And that's where our internship aspect comes into play. You have myths whereby people think internships are for students. Sometimes people think career breaks, they equal to career death, which actually is not the fact, as we will see. And also sometimes people think entry level, that's the only people who are supposed to do internships. But speaking from experience, I must say that you have today people who are planning to switch careers, either in their late 40s, in their early 50s. People can do internships at any age and at any time of their choosing. So internships are not only for students. And also you have the fact that the internships are valuable at any stage. It could be someone who is currently employed and happy with their job, but at the back of their mind, they have a thinking that, okay, is this what I'm doing right now? Is it something that I love doing? Maybe they have a particular new skill set and they think that could be something, either their next career adventure. And that's one thing that can trigger the thought of doing an internship too, and the experience into their future career adventure. Internships can be a strategic career reclamation steps, and also sometimes internships, of course, either there are multiple career levels. So it all comes down to how someone sees it. But of course, as we see the way how the region is transforming, you could see that it is a responsibility of organizations as well to ensure that there are particular programs like returnships, where professionals returning after breaks can be encouraged to re-enter the job market. Or you can have, of course, a internship where also mid-career people can easily return or can easily take up internship opportunities at different level and in their areas of interest. And lastly, you also have adult internships for experienced career changes. And those are the people I briefly touch based on where someone wants to change from what they are currently doing. And that takes us to the next part, where we look at why traditional reentry fails most of the time. So if you look at the graph there, you can see that, yes, anybody, regardless of the gender, they can either have a very good career trajectory where they start their career, they're very happy about it, and you can see the curve can begin, from their first year of working, then they build their career moving forward and so on. But in some cases, let's say if it is a woman, you will see, let's say if they take a break, maybe they want to start a family and so on. So you will see that, let's say, in some aspects, if a man went, had an educational break, and then they decide to come back to work, in some cases, they don't really face much struggle, okay, when it comes to coming back to the work environment. However, unfortunately, in some circumstances, you'll find either a female colleague may struggle to actually, just apply, get interviewed and return to the workplace. In most cases, this can fail to happen. And that's where it can go back, where they might have to rely so much on connections in companies where they think they can take up work and so on. However, in some cases, this fails. So what can happen, or what can we do to ensure that such barriers are broken, they don't exist? One way is internships. Okay, so we need to ensure that, yes, internships are promoted regardless of each organization. And also we need to ensure that people at all levels are given opportunity. And this, just to give you a simple example, I remember 2 years back, there is someone that I knew from a friend, and they reached out to me that they wanted to do an internship, and the person told me that I have this much qualifications and so on, and I really want to come back, and they were looking to restart their career into environmental safety. And I contributed to that person returning to work, where that person was allowed to do training, whereas they are not in any way officially connected to that particular organization. And after the 3 months of the internship, that person, until today, that person is a director of environmental safety in one of the organizations here in the UAE. And that tells you that, yes, regardless of the career break, how long it takes, it should not be a career penalty to the person, especially the female colleagues. So in some cases, you will see that when people come back to work, they have immediate pressure. You have also network decay, where they basically lose touch of the skills they used to have. You also have a skills gap between them and those people who have been working while they were in the break. And also you have the confidence deficit, because sometimes they might face challenges or barriers that might lead them to either lose their self-esteem or the confidence. And basically, you also have these 5 pillars that I'll briefly talk about that can help the ladies or the female to be back in the workplace. And these include career exploration, network rebuilding, skills bridging, confidence restoration, and strategic positioning. Because in some cases, you'll find that, okay, someone leaves the job, they might find it difficult to come back in the same position or in the same company where they used to work. However, if they are able to open-mindedly think about other alternatives, that can help them to come back. So some of the quick things they can do include identifying and targeting industries that align to their values, their new skill set, research companies that they think they would allow them internships, and also they can prepare their career story or their growth story narrative, also apply with confidence and purpose. Moving forward, real women and real results. Again, these are situations that I've seen where people can actually come back from their breaks confidently, and then they move on, they build. And I can see these are there were some particular examples earlier speakers gave, and I personally have seen this not only in my own workplace, but I've seen people are able to come back and work after their career breaks, either through internships or through other means. And basically, if women are allowed to come back into the workplace, you'll find that, yes, there is good retention rates. Even after 2 years, they would contribute too much when it comes to the contribution on GDP of the region, and so on. And also you will have ripple effects when it comes to outward individuals, organizations. So everybody benefits if you have people who used to be top performers, they come back in the workplaces and they are able to actually add value to the organization after their breaks. So this is very important. You can clearly see that it's not only the individual impact on the person who is returning due to their career dreams, also organizations will basically benefit to make sure they improve their diverse arrangements where there will be enhanced innovation. As you can see that, yes, women today can contribute to the same value to any position in the job market as men would do. And that, of course, would lead to strong economic impact in every aspect. So basically, again, to wrap this up, I would just simply say that, yes, to all the women there, everybody who is attending this conference today, internships are one way you can reclaim your career. You should be fearless. Don't be limited at any opportunity just because you feel that you've put there hundreds of applications, nobody gets back to you. The other opportunity you can explore is to seek internship and slowly build back. Yeah. So
Thank you very much, Kim, for a lovely presentation, and I wish you good luck.
thank you. Thank you. And thank you for everyone who has been listening or watching. I wish you the rest of the day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you a very lovely profile. And like me, I studied from King's College. She also studied masters in education management and holds another degree in HR from University of West London. And she's also professionally qualified as the Chartered CIPD. Please welcome Christina. Hi, Christina. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Hi, Musam. Thank you very much for having me today. Real pleasure.
So, mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to say thank you once again, Musa, and to all the organizers for hosting this session today, and also for all the participants who have given up their Saturday morning or afternoon to discuss this very important topic, as well as to tune in just to listen to all the conversations. A couple of words about myself. Like Musa has already mentioned, I've been in people profession for quite some time. Currently, I'm co-leading the organization-wide transformation for the Earthlink group, driving the people strategy and the execution. Of course, the digital transformation is a big part of that. Prior to this, I have been spending around 17 years or so within the people profession across Europe and London. I've been involved in multiple different projects to do with the HR, whether it is across the international dispersed MNCs or the very fast growing startups. In terms of the today's topic, what I would like to share some thoughts about, and also some sort of recommendations from the previous work that we have been doing in the region, is really looking at the HR tech, the AI adoption within the organizations when it comes to the HR technology, and what it really looks like for the future of women within the organizations. Right, okay. So lots of participants have previously mentioned what is the representation of the women across the globe within the organizations, within the companies, within the industries, and within the roles. When we think about the implementation of the HR technology within the organizations, very often we consider that this is something that can be done very easily and can be really presented as a very straightforward a journey for the organization. However, what it comes to the
Well, I think there's some technical error caused disruption. So let her join back. Meanwhile, we will. It's an opportunity to talk to you that human capital, especially the women, is really important for the whole world. Men and women combination in our personal life and professional life is really important. And as we know, the number of women is increasing, and the future will come when there will be less men and more women. So from now onwards, we should try our best to improve their skill set and their learning abilities and their leading capabilities so they can improve and they can move forward with their challenges of the life. So that's why Voice of Global Women, Berkeley and MS is really doing hard effort to prepare and focusing on women in a tangible way, how you can make things more better for a woman is obviously as she comes in the life, you can start educating. So if you get a free education, there's no stress on any parents, and an educated girl, once she become a mother, she can educate the rest of the children. And this is the way the world is moving on. The better world is always built by a woman with the support of a man. We saw in the past there are a lot of wars, a lot of acts of barbarism, but in any case, if we let women walk, they are soft, they are more organized, they are more sensitive, and they are more loving, peace loving in general. So, yeah, so this is what's the case. And let me tell about you can support the Voice of Global Women by talking, supporting on our platforms, and also you can financially support the projects like the Center for Healthcare for Women and Children that is under construction, and you can also support the online school has been created for the female students all over the world, and they can join anywhere and get the British curriculum at their doorstep. That's also require a back-end support to which obviously is really important. Also, if you're a woman who is having multiple businesses or a business, you're selling multiple products and you're not able to find the good customers, then the Berkeley and Lords platform is for you, which is a trading platform where you can upload your services, your products, and that's gonna give you a boost to the million of clients without any effort and hassle. So this way we are trying to create opportunities for the women. We're trying to educate them, and same time we are trying to strive for a better healthcare for them. And the most important for me is, which I like about the Berkeley Voice of Global Women, is that we are trying to develop woman as a leader. And if a woman gets into a leadership role, definitely she can give back to the community, and that's what is on. So let's go to the technical team and see if the issue is fixed. If it is not, then yeah, it is fixed, I guess. Please go ahead. Go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Apologies, everyone. Technical glitches happen even in the modern world. So thanks for being able for us to continue from here onwards. So where we left off was really having a little bit of a look in terms of the AI within the workplaces and particularly within the HR technology. So as HR professionals, we would have probably survived different disruptions or the ways of working that the global financial crisis would have brought, the COVID most recently, and we had to really navigate through all these situations to help the employees, to help the companies, and adjust and adopt for the new, for the future of work and for the new working kind of ways of working. So right now, most recently, AI has landed. AI has landed, and everyone is speaking about that. Everyone seems to be an expert. All the conferences, all the speeches are buzzing with the words of how HR leaders should be leading or preparing the organizations to incorporate AI within their workplaces. However, whilst we are all being bombarded by this really important, but at the same time, quite challenging area for HR to be able to step in and support the businesses with, there are both sides of the coin within this situation, really. So everything sounds great from a perspective of what the AI can help us achieve, whether it is that unmatched efficiency through the cost cutting or the boosting productivity, making the smart decisions, being able to hyper personalize, do all sorts of buyer-free objective decisions, and so on and so forth. There is an area which is very often overlooked, which is overall the impact that AI is having when it comes down to the women and how they are represented within the workforce. So you can see a couple of numbers which I have shared over here is from the UN report, as well from the International Labour Organization most recent reports, which really clearly highlights that at the moment, within the current situation where we are in, 4.7% of the female-dominated professions are facing much higher risk of automation, elevation, or altogether being fully automated and no longer being needed, if we compare that to only 2.5% of the men. 10 to 40%, depending on whether it is the developing country or the different part of the world, the women percentage is much smaller when it comes down to women being able to use or rely or utilize the Gen AI within their work. It is getting quite more challenging to bring in and retain the women within the AI workforce itself, those mere people who are literally developing the technology that needs to support the AI tools that will be then deployed within the organizations. And the tools like this in the end up having much more biases and some sort of not correct representation and the ability for people to use. And 44% of those tools can be prone to the bias because they are pretty much developed by the male counterparts. In terms of how AI is coming into the picture when it comes to the HR technology, obviously, it is multiple different areas that it is covering, whether it is within the talent acquisition, probably the very first area to dive in employee engagement or the employee experience. There are multiple different varieties of the technology that can be brought in their companies. However, there is the bright side of the AI within the HR, like we've just said, the speed and efficiency, the data-driven decisions that the AI tools can bring, and the scalability. But we often overlook the negative or the dark side of the AI in human resource technology, is that, like we've just said, that it is pretty much a mirror to the bias of the creators who are actually developing that technology, and those creators are predominantly at the moment the male creators. The biases of the data that is being used generally to train the AI technology, because if the bias data is being used to train the AI tool, that it will be further having a rippling effect on how that data is being interpreted, used, and utilized by the organizations. And of course, the amplification of the bias that can happen when the biased algorithms or the biased data is being utilized to within the technology. It gets really concerning when you look at the real case scenarios, whether it is the examples of what I call the mom penalty, when one of the researchers highlighted that the specific tool has been pretty much penalizing the candidates who had the maternity-related gap on their CV, or the very well-known Amazon tool, the hiring tool that has been filtering out, let's say, the applications of the women, or the facial recognition tool, which is the high view, that has been pretty much having some sort of discrimination within the facial recognition when it came down to the different genders and the races as well. There are the legal and ethical risks obviously associated with the utilization of the AI tools. There are the transparency issues, and there is an erosion of the human oversight. Very often the tools are being adopted or deployed with the organization without having the human in the loop overseeing that technology, or the AI tool not having the documentation to be able to really understand or explain how the decisions have been reached. So HR has to be at the heart of the responsible AI, whether it is through the ethics governance by creating the AI committees and the policies to champion the responsible AI, whether it is the inclusive data, making sure that we are checking, cross-checking and recommending the organizations, improving the AI literacy, as well as partnering with legal and diversity and equity and inclusion teams early on when we are looking to incorporate the AI solutions within our organizations. So practical solutions for the HR is really the inbox is being bombarded by different vendors trying to sell the AI HR stack to incorporate it in the organization. But we as an HR need to lead the way by asking the vendors the questions. How many of us used to know what a model card is, for example? We need to start educating ourselves and asking the relevant questions to filter out, to procure the correct vendors and the trustable vendors. We need to be reviewing the model cards, verifying the audits, running the tests locally for the data that we that has been used, and we are having to keep the human in the loop in order to be the owner of this transformation going forward. Final message. I know I've been rushing through the slides, given all the technical kind of, glitches at the start. But I think the final message is really clear and loud, is in terms of that we as the women within the HR profession, we need to be part of that future of work design. So we need, if the generative AI is rebuilding the future of work, then HR should be architecting it, and we should be really designing for fairness and not automating for the bias. And of course, like we have mentioned earlier, that ethical AI is no longer optional. It is the current need, it's not the future, it is the now, it is today, and it's down to us as an HR professionals, HR leaders, to be not in the center of this transformation, but at the forefront, leading this from the front. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining us today, and I'm looking forward to interview again with a more detailed time, because there are a lot of things we can discuss which can add value to the listeners. So for time being, I want to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Have a lovely day.
That's great. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the next speaker of the day. Hello. Thank you very much for
Hello.
joining us today.
Hi, how are you? How's everything?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. And mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Sorry?
So the mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, everyone. S- So, can you hear me? My topic is power of personal branding and storytelling. So, here I am, obstinate Nidhi. I use this word in the place of my last name. Why? Because I believe you only job is to be deeply you. That worlds recognize itself in your truth. This is the power of personal branding. So today I'm going to present this topic. Let's begin on this topic. This is like a story of mine which I want to tell about this topic. Let's start. S- Here is what is a branding? Oh, I'm talking about the branding. Branding is not a logo, it's not a LinkedIn headline or a viral post. What we are doing in the branding? Permission to be known. How popular you are, like we are giving the permission to the persons and people to know about you. It's a proof of transformation. Whisper that become a wildfire. Uh, when we are wake up in the morning, the mirror reflection. Every morning we look into the mirror, but do we really see ourselves, or do we see the version what the world expect to be us? You either become your story, write about you, or become a author your own legacy. Today, let's begin the creating own legacy through the personal branding. The soul print of your brand. At, at the heart, your personal branding, your soul print. The personal branding is like your soul print. S stand for story. What story you are hiding can heal others. On O stand for originally. Originally is your superpower. U stand for unseen impact. Who is better because you exist? We have to tell them like what, how, better, who is better you exist because. Legacy. Legacy, what to do you want to remember for. Your brand is your truth. Your personal one is is what you show, is the truth you dare to share. That's what's matter nowadays, now era. Like we have to be courage or encouraged to the people to share the truth, to dare with the dare. It's very difficult to share the truth in front of the public. So we have to be courage and we have to share the truth. We have to dare it. Story. This is mine story. A 7 year ago, a girl with came with MBA HR and finance arrived in Dubai. She faced rejection after the rejection encountered bias she never anticipated. One day, interviewer made a comment on her color. LinkedIn comment like her color profile about how many followers, like you don't have a followers, you don't have a uh, you don't have a followers, you don't have anything. how you will post your job. If you post any job vacancy, it will not visible, it will not this thing. It's her personality. That moment mean to humiliate, instead ignite a fire within her. She discovered the power of personal branding. Today, that girl has over 170K followers, and Stan tell us, as an HR business partner in UAE, the obstinate girl is me, Nidhi Verma, daughter of Manju Verma from UP, Nagpur, UP, India. From self doubt to self definitions. In words, resilient, power, purposeful, empowered. These three words are matter. Like when we are having a self doubt, we are define ourselves also. So when we are doubting ourselves, we have to define our self definitions. So in that way, to link with my another story, one of my HR friend, she asked me a job post on my LinkedIn page. I did it the same time. We posted, and once I posted in the LinkedIn, the same time position was filled. The gesture of showed me the power of credibility, visibility, and community. And we closed the vacancy within same day. So the personal branding is more important in a world now era. We have to be more actively doing all these activities to make your brand, your name as a brand. So this is very important. It's define you. It's like sometimes we are facing some doubt practical branding techniques. Oh, another wonderful thing for me. Here, I would like to include one of the example of my younger sister. I'm always keep telling her to create your narrative, your embarrass, your superpower, and like trick of your impact unseen, which is she is not sharing on the social media platform. I used to tell her to do all this thing, define the legacy, because she is one, her name is Akansha Verma. She is the one who always going for the IoT sessions and robotics presentations, and she is not more used to of it to LinkedIn. And that's how I realize her, and I am always keep chasing her, like you have to be show up consistently, because when it comes to the more follower and more practical knowledge, you should be more consistent about your work, your brand, your name, which is visible. So in this regards, I'm always keep telling her to make your profile good, make your profile optimizer with the LinkedIn, which is help her in a different manner. Now she is presenting in Delhi in the one of the famous college. She is as a trainer, and she is going also like present so many IoT trainings and other things also, and robotic presentations. In that, the one thing which I like her, which is like she is always engaged with the authenticity, as well as she is always asking the feedback. So after this presentation, I will also love to hear my feedback. So ready, I will love to hear my feedbacks to improve my performance in future. So that is what I can say. And the feedback is always us to grow. So we should take the feedback from the our audience and from the peers and the mentor. So that is a good thing. It should not a negative thing. It's a positive way to convey your grow more, learning, and grow more. How you can. So this is what we can do it nowadays, now era. So this is she is also implemented, and she is doing very well now, and she is completing all these things very well to smooth functioning and all these things, and she is getting new opportunity. So the practical technique is very important, which is we have to implement in our day to day life. We have to improve our things. Closing remarks of mine: the personal branding is about becoming someone else. It's about being fully you. Sharing the truth. Let your story guide others. Let truth spark inspiration. Let's spark become the wildfire of a transformation. So, when it's all become, I included my topic like the personal branding and storytelling. Here, I included my sister and my story, where we learn so many things. Even I learned so many things. Now I am in presenting all these things. So, this is what I can say. The personal branding and storytelling is an art which we have to implement. We have to be precise and conscious and keep growing all the time. We have to understand how we have to be more about all these things and utilize the other techniques and tools where we can create our own brand and stories. So we are the author. Like if I'm talking about this thing, so it means I am an author of my story, so I can define my story very well. So this is what I can say. And with this word, thank you so much for your time and considerations. And thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward with the new speaker. The next speaker of the day is very dynamic. He is the group director of human resources and development in Ras Al Khaimah economic zone, and please welcome.
Musa, you are on mute. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, this technical team has muted so you can speak. So thank you very much, Aisha, for joining us today. And we have been trying to approach you since long. And finally, you are here. I'm so excited for that. And the mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Musa. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here and share my experiences and be in this very nice event today. I was asked to present Musa directly from my end, so I'll just share my screen and let me know if it's visible. 1 second. Mhm. Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my screen? Mm. Is it visible now? I'm sorry, but because I'm hearing my ego. One second.
Yeah, I can see the screen. Can you do it again?
Yes, I'm just discovered.
So I will tell you like what to do. On your screen, there is a button called present. present, like mute, stop cam setting, and there's a button called present. So
there
when
is
you,
a slides, video and image.
yeah, so when you click present, you will click to the slides. Once you click it, you will
Okay.
be able to upload from your computer.
Yeah.
And once you do it, it will start loading.
Mhm.
Yeah, sometimes it's stuck. It's very normal. That's nothing to worry.
It's just processing.
That's great.
Mhm.
Seems the file is quite heavy. You have a lot of
Yes.
information.
Mhm.
That's
Okay.
Oh, yes, I can see it. Please go ahead. Thank
But
you.
Muslim, I'm just hearing my echo. Shows there is
Oh,
anything wrong, I did.
well, your voice is very good. It's doable. Maybe you are having an echo. I'm not getting any echo from your side.
Can you hear me now? It's fine.
Yeah, your voice is perfectly okay.
Okay. Okay. So shall I start now?
Please go ahead. Mic is in your hands.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to be here today. And I will be speaking about how HR can actively shape more equitable career paths, not just as a support function, but as a strategic force for systematic change. Starting with a few statements about the equity in the career development. It's not just a fairness issue, it's a more strategic imperative. Also, as an HR, we really put up nice progress in hiring diversity, but equitable advancements and next things we have to really focus on. So the equitable career paths ensures that the employee have fair and transparent access to the opportunities, regardless of their gender, background, and affiliations. So what are the equitable career paths? So what can features HR can provide and look at it to build up a career path in a perfect way, I would say. So it's transparent in the promotion and development criteria, equal access to the mentorship, sponsorship, and stretch assignment, recognition of diverse forms of potential performance, and also look at different policies and procedures in the organization which allows such action to be done. It is worth mentioning that the equity is not about giving everyone the same thing. It is about removing barriers and creating conditions where everyone has a fair shot at the growth. And also, these aren't hypothetical issues. They show up in the performance ratings, leadership pipelines, and engagement levels. HR must be aware of where and how these inequalities really appears. So, if I just shed kind of light on the current barriers to the equity, there is unconscious bias, which influences hiring, promotion, and evaluation decision. Informal networks, which access is often limited to a very selected few. Unequal access to high potential roles. Usually, the high potential roles are often distributed without a clear structure and objective. And lack of a sponsorship. Some employees really doesn't have a champions who support them behind the scenes. So the talents are available everywhere, but the opportunities not. So what are the strategic role of HR in shaping up this career path. So the HR role needs to be changed from support to become as a strategic equity architect. And what are the tools and everything the HR use to do such a thing? One is the data analytics that HR needs to use metrics to detect disparities in promotions, compensation, and turnover. In the policy and design, it's very important that HR creates policies that support such a development and design it in a way it's very agile and flexible for the better alignment in the future. Cultural leadership enforce a top-down culture that supports the culture of change and development, and also support HR and managers on this initiative. Learning and development, we need to offer equitable access to the capability and building programs and trainings. So what are the actionable HR practices that the people can really implement in the organization? Some tactical examples of conduct equity audits of the performance and promotion data, introduce bias interrupters in the talent review and hiring, standardize criteria for stretch assignments, establish sponsorship program, not just a mentorship, and train manager on inclusive leadership and performance feedback. There is an HR call to action, which equity needs intentional design, which is the audit talents pipelines for leakage and bias, empower managers to become fair talent gatekeepers, support every employee's growth, not just the visible or the vocal ones. There are also some statements I would like to really mention about, as I mentioned, that these are hypothetical issues. They show up in performance rating, leadership pipelines, and engagement levels, where HR needs to be really be aware of what these things are going on and tackle them in advance. These actions also, which I mentioned, help to move equity from an obstacle concept to something measurable. Anything you can measure, you can really action on. The future is fair. Let HR lead it. So equity is not a trend; it's a transformation. HR has the tools, the data, the influence to design the workplace where everyone has the opportunity to grow. So I think this is not about special treatment, it's not about the fair treatment. HR is uniquely positioned to create systems that do not rely on luck, visibility, or connection, but is more merit and potential. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you, and let us build a future of work fairly, intentionally, and together.
That's great. That's a lovely message from your side, and I want to thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure, Musa. Thank you so much.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the next speaker of the day. Please welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Musa. It's a pleasure
Now,
meeting you.
same here. Likewise, please go ahead with your presentation.
So first, I would like to take this opportunity for thanking the organizers for organizing such a wonderful webinar. It is a crucial topic in today's world, and I would like to start with my topic, which is basically designing the invisible women designing for equity with AI and organizational structures. So let's start with an example that I have noticed. I mean, I don't know if every woman experiences that. Have you ever walked into the office and thought, why is it so cold in here? It turns out it's just not you, and it's just not random. It's actually the perfect example of how women experience often go missing in the way we design the world. Okay, so my goal here is very simple. Okay, so my goal today is very simple. It is basically I want to bridge the and educate people on bridging the gap in gender equity, basically, but again, not by accident, but by conscious design. Okay, because at the end of the day, we don't design for everyone. We end up building just for a few. So a little about me: I work in HR. I'm passionate about people, and I'm especially passionate about making fair, inclusive, and all actually human. I also love learning about AI and how it can transform the way we work, but only to build if it's right, right? Why this topic again? You must be wondering, why invisible women, why designing for equity with AI and organizational structure? Because I've seen firsthand how women experiences can be made invisible, not in just in policies, but in hiring systems and leadership pipelines and even the temperature of meeting room, to be honest. But and I don't want to be a part of building systems where people are left out in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, and so on. Okay, so let me move on. Okay, so as of today, if you see, women experience often excluded from data systems and designs. Again, according to the World Economic Global Gender Gap, as of 2024, it'll take 131 years to close the gender gap between at this current rate. Okay, and women only account for 32% of leadership positions. To be honest, in my experience, I have seen a few women leaders on the C-suite roles as well, and I think that needs to change as well. Okay, so these are a couple of examples I have found that where again women's metabolic temperatures are very different from male metabolic temperatures. That's why sometimes when we go into a room we feel quite cold, and then when we ask our male colleagues, they are like, no, we are not feeling cold as such. Okay, and there's another example I would like to give. I attended a talk recently, 2 days back, and it was very interesting because there was one of the things which I was unaware about. So, when women give birth, they produce a high rate of oxytocin, and that is the most, the way they, survive, and how they protect their bodies in terms of, while giving birth, so the child doesn't get impacted at the end of the day. Okay, so one of my favorite books, actually, during COVID, I had a lot of time to read. So I read this book called Invisible Woman, and it actually set my eyes open because there was a lot of data I did not know about. Like, from, how in vehicle testing, women are not even taken into consideration. Like, it is done on dummies which are designed in a male form, and that testing is done in such a manner. So again, when we talk about early development of AI systems, you would be seeing that it was more accurate for males, and 70% for, actually it was 70% accurate for males and women. So you would see the recognition system, maybe because when we had Siri in the first time, right? Siri wasn't able to capture women's voices as much as male voices, right? So again, this is just one example. I want to show how much we need to work on the gender data gap that we have. Okay, so when women's data is missing, the need becomes invisible, like in the products, policy, and workplaces. And data is not neutral; it tells us as experience as a matter. For me, working as an HRBP, I look into data very much because at the end of the day, this helps and guides me in terms of what policies I need to work on, how we can integrate this data into our daily lives at the end of the day. Okay, so again, bias, it happens when we vote. Let's talk about Amazon, for example. In Amazon, when they integrated the hiring system, it actually showed that there was a downgrade in resumes, including women's, like women's chess club champion, and so on. So AI was trained, So this is actually one example I would like to pull out, how we need to train AI the ways in, you know, at the end of the day, AI is made by humans, and humans need to understand how to use the data and analyze it at the end of the day. So when I talk about biasness, if we train AI right, we can reduce this bias as well. Okay, so again, the role of organizational structures, if you notice, as you start from the bottom, you would see like 50% of entry level women are entry level positions, and then when you go up, it reduces like 25% of C suite there. Then, I mean, I have met a lot of women who have had career gaps, and this is because of the reason uh, uh, giving childbirth, or the lack of opportunity of getting a job and so on. So again, we can change that, like in the earlier conversations that I heard today, like having a career programs designed for career breaks, where women can bring back to the workforce, giving them the necessary upskilling training, maybe not in the field that they are, but at least to make them into other career opportunities. Maybe suppose someone who's worked in marketing can later on go to logistics and so on, getting them the necessary training and so on. Okay, and even the policies that we have also, sometimes we always focus on females and caregiver roles, right? And we forget to focus them in roles such as in roles where they can be the breadwinners and so on. And even it's same for male. At the end of the day, there are certain biases that is there in the world, and it will take time to move from those biases. If you see even the policies in UAE, I'm not taking it in another way, but I just want to give an example, like how parental leave policies, if you notice, like it's 5 days for males, and for women it's like 6 months. I feel like men should even get 1 month to take care of the child and be equally part of that journey of parenting, right? So this is one. And another example that I want to give is also, when let's talk about the fact that how we need to invest in trainings and so on. Okay, because sometimes what happens, we don't get the necessary uh, data impacted. And so for example, in my organization previously, when I started, I remember when I joined, the amount of women in the organization was just 2%. And slowly, when I started looking at the data and integrating them into the talent pipeline and everything, it actually shot up to 7%, which was we need to make it inclusive in our DII agenda as well. So how we integrate data into our organizational structure is very important. Okay, so again, very simple ways in which we can put design equity into this is, inclusive data. Look at the data, how we represent our gender, the amount is there, the statistics that is there. Again, there's biasness in data, so we need to audit the data at the end of the day, make sure that we examine, and we check for algorithms, how we work on it. And at the end of the day, everything is not data, right? We need human as well to work. Okay, so this is another conversation altogether about human capital and AI, how human capital can work with AI and make both. So again, to design equity in the organization, again, having a gender balanced leadership. Again, we need to increase the level of women in senior leadership. Again, giving flexible policies, not only for women as well, but to men also, to partake in the parenting and all. And again, when equity reviews, okay, so when it comes to pay and all, we are still far behind, where women are paid equally to the male counterparts, and I think we can use data to fix this. Yeah, so thank you so much. At the end of the day, again, like I say, equity doesn't happen by chance. It's a deliberate design choice, both in algorithms we build and the structures we lead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Musa.
Now let's go towards the next speaker of the day, and please welcome. Hi, thank you very much for joining us today.
It's my honor and a pleasure. Thank you for having me. It's an amazing talks from the women around the world. Not only women, I like several, the talks, but it's so unique. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Likewise, and mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you once more. This is just a second. I need my presentation here. That's it. It's here. Thank you. It was mentioned for in so many presentations of the DEI, but we will be talking about the diversity in a pay gaps, which is the most sensitive topic around the world. So I'm Nato, as I mentioned, and I'm 16 years on the market of the HR. I'm psychologist, and my learning journey is like considers like the professional and not only professional life, but also the line of the teaching and educating the people. So I'm very much the advocate and the believer in the action, not only the frameworks and the awarenesses in the women's support. In order to go to the details that I want to deliver today, it's like the understanding the gender pay gap. So what is the equal pay for equal work? That's when the women and the men are performing very similar or the similar role, but they are paid in a different way. So what is this stands for in the global situation, and how it is supported with the different conversions or the paperwork or the law around the world. So we do have a lot of like a supportive legal context around the world. We do have this, the conversion of the elimination of any forms of discrimination towards the woman, which is the key, and it works for globally for all markets. And we do have the ILO, which is not supported in the UAE, but UAE has his own law established in 2020, which is the number 6, which directs the equal pay for the women, and especially the gender-wise equal pay decisions, and the SDGs agenda, which is 2023, and it has like a global context and the local context for the countries. So it is a huge framework around the universe globally to support the equal payment for the women's. But what we see around that, it's not that implemented yet. So I'm asking for women who are watching here and are staying with us and understanding and trying to understand this topic deeply. So would you work for free? I'm not speaking about the people who are starting now and wants the internship or anything. No, I'm just asking the very powerful women, would they work for free? Absolutely, with the 10 years of career. Absolutely, I believe that the answer will be no. And considering this answer that it will be no, I want to tell you that because of the globally 23% of pay gap, we are working some period in a year for free. And how it is translated into the free work, right? It's approximately 2.7 months free work done by women because of the pay gap. So this 23% of the yearly salary, it represents 2.70 of our months, right? It's approximately 3 months. Or you can consider it in a different way. For example, every day being working like for free after 3 p.m. That's also the same. So no matter how we frame it, it is absolutely sure that we need to perform 2 or 4 times more work in order to earn the same, or in the same work, in the same environment, we are just paid less. So how it is distributed within the universe, right? What is the pay gap percentages? If the globally is 23, there are some markets that it exceeds 30, even it's 40. Saudi Arabia, I understand, the Middle East, the core of the Middle East, because the women are extremely new workforce. So the pay gap somehow represents its key. It's somehow you can justify this pay gap. In UAE, where this is the expat countries, we have 28%. The most modern is Europe because it has only the 13. Caucasian countries like mine, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan are standing approximately 26%. So this is visually, this is the still a topic that needs to be addressed around the world. What is the specific things that holds the woman back? What are the key struggles at our end, right? So this is one of the things is that the women are the less risk takers. They have the different negotiation bias, and they are not taking a risk in order not to lose the stability and to have this feeling of the security and feeling of this is our nature from the very beginning. This is how we are built up, right? So there's also the gaps for the career being cut for the pregnancy or the delivery, right? And the economics and the labor market is so fast that you cannot catch up easily to go back to work, to have this, the new knowledges. And it's not very much supported in every country, in every business. And also, it is I also already mentioned, but I will be highlighting that we are also facing the not equal family responsibilities, which force us to have another job at home once we are getting back after work, versus our partners, male partners, who are more somehow the frame. It's not asking them to perform the way that we have to perform at work, to do another work at home. So what is this? What is the results of this? The women, we are not accumulating enough wealth. We are not accumulating enough wealth to dedicate this wealth to our kids. If we are all, for example, the single moms, we cannot give the education to our kids, the enough education for them to be the competitive on the markets. And it's a higher risk of poverty of ourselves, especially in the elder age, because we are not accumulating that much wealth if we are alone in the market. So, also there is the unequal opportunities and accesses to skills and educational development still in so many countries. And when you are the expat and when you are the woman, your education taken to another country is not enough to earn in the expat countries and to perform in a high level in that expat countries. It's not the pay gap, it's like a visible beginning. It's also for the progression, the career progression. I would like to somehow anticipate some bias in the leadership that I'm facing as a woman in leadership, which is like when a woman raises her voice, she is called hysterical. And we all know that when man does it, he is an assertive. A strong woman is called a bossy, a difficult, and a strong man seen as confident and decisive. Also, a mother who will take time to see his kid or to take care of his sick kid, it's called less committed to work. But when father does this, he calls like a responsible for this type of actions. So those are the bias that we all have in our mind, and no matter what we do, if we don't try to start the changing from ourselves, that will impact us. Sometimes I caught myself that this type of the bias was even in my head towards to another woman. So we need to understand that they do exist and they do run and rule our decisions towards the leadership or the decisions that we are just making in terms of the progression of the employees. What we do as a structural and as a symbolic actions as a companies, right? So it's like we do have the DEI strategies without actions. We are celebrating the Women's Day and knowing the pay gaps, right? We are just we do have the diversity without inclusion. So we are putting the women in the director position without giving her the decision-making authority. So what we need to do instead, we need to have the transparent pay scales in the work. We need to have the regular equity and diversity and inclusive audits. We can have it outsourced and do it regularly to understand what's the situation within our company. And we need to evaluate the frameworks without discrimination any gender or without having this gender bias in our head. I want to, as I'm moving to my end of the presentation, I want to just tell my feelings and share my last note to all women around that no one is doing this for us. No one is cutting our Netflix. No one is giving us the ready business plan. We need to use our curiosity as in the world where the information expires in 2 hours, right? In 3 hours, our curiosity is the cutting edge. We don't have anything rather than our curiosity. And we need to learn from wherever we can, from whoever we can, from all possibilities, because we will be grateful for ourselves that we did this. And for the last notes and the final thoughts I want to share is that women don't just earn less, they rise slowly. But when women rises, they don't rise alone. They pull the system forward. So having this in your head, audit, fix, advocate, and apply pressure to have the women in the right positions in your company. That was it for my side today. Thank you very much. And apologies if I was a bit emotional, because that's the topic I love to talk.
Your message was full of impact, and it reaches not only to women, but to the men also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and have a great day ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a very great, impactful message from NATO. She showed her emotions and feelings to address the woman a very right message that she needs. So I want to thank her for giving such a lovely thought. And with this, we will move forward to the next speaker. Please welcome. Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm very well. Thanks for asking how you do.
Thank you very much for joining us today. And mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Musa. Let me just, okay, there's the presentation. Okay, so let's start. So, in the past, people worried that machines would replace us. So today, I want to show you how machines can empower us, especially women in human capital. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this conversation with global leaders and its communities. Good afternoon, all. I'm Christine, and I've been in the human capital for almost 2 decades, and I've coached and mentored people in leadership within the corporate setup and also in the communities that I serve. Implemented people strategies and sat through many change programs. But let me tell you that nothing has reshaped human capital as profoundly as the artificial intelligence. And that's what brings me here today to talk to you about. So let's start. So AI, as everyone has kept mentioning from the first speaker throughout this conference, we have been hearing about AI is not the future anymore. It is the now. It is the present. So let's begin with where we are right now. So in the recent McKinsey company revealed that AI adoption in HR has been accelerating faster than in any other functions like finance or marketing. So, human capital has long been seen as people centered, and might be low tech in some areas, right? So, it is now becoming a testing ground for intelligent systems. So, according to Garner, this year 2025, about 60% of large enterprises will be using AI powered tools, and that at least one major HR function, whether it's in recruitment, using algorithms to screen candidates faster and more objectively, performance management, either by providing a real-time data-driven feedbacks, or in learning and development, offering personalized learning pathways based on skill gaps and career trajectories. So, what's driving this momentum? It's not just about the speed or the cost reduction. It's about making better decisions with greater accuracy, scalability, and consistency. So AI allows us to process volumes of data that we'd never manage perhaps on our own, but manually, from candidate assessments to engagement surveys, from attrition models to skills forecasts. But here's the twist: AI isn't just replacing human capital professionals. No, it is redefining what human capital does. It's elevating the function from more administrative to a strategic side, no, a more strategic role. It's turning human capital from a reactive support department into a proactive driver of business value. So tasks that used to consume hours, like perhaps shortlisting hundreds of CVs or manually tracking performance reviews, can now be done faster than we can imagine. And that opens a powerful door. It frees up not just the saving of time, but to spend time where it also matters, like developing people, designing culture, leading transformations. So, in essence, AI gives us that gift of focus. And that's where the real opportunity lies, not just what AI can do for us, but in what it allows us to become as leaders. So the traditional challenges for women in HR is women have long been the backbone of human capital profession. No? In fact, according to the US statistic, about 70% of HR professionals are women. So from recruitment to employee relations, learning development to organization health, um, women have played the central role in shaping workplace culture, managing change, and supporting employees at every stage of talent life cycle. And yet, when we look up higher the ladder of in the hierarchy of HR, the picture shifts. Only about 37% of the human capital professions, a professional that are women, reach the CHRO's position. That is according to the Fortune 500 companies. And when you look at seats on executive committees, that number even drops even further. So this is what researchers have called the pink collar ceiling, as everyone has been talking about through this conference. Now, what is that? Just like the glass ceiling, it describes the invisible barrier that prevent women from rising to senior leadership roles. So the pink collar ceiling refers to a specific phenomena where women dominate certain professions, like teaching, nursing, in HR, but are still underrepresented in positions of power within those very fields. Why does that happen? Because these roles are often associated with soft skills, nurturing, emotional intelligence, a relationship building. And while those are critical to any successful business, they are frequently undervalued when it comes to strategy, analytics, or decision making. So the stereotype still persists. Women are seen as nurturers, not navigators, empathic but not analytical, supportive but not decisive. And that perception, whether conscious or unconscious, has kept many women from rising into a more strategic role in human capital. But now AI is disrupting this narrative, because when AI begins to automate the tasks historically labeled as supportive, like scheduling interviews, handling benefit queries, or managing the onboarding checklist, what remains is the space to lead, to think, to influence. And in that space, the value of human judgment rises. The ability to interpret that data, make strategic decisions, coach teams through complexities, that becomes the differentiator. And this is where many women in human capital excels. No? With AI automating routine tasks, the HR leader of tomorrow will not be defined by how well they manage admin, but how well they connect strategically to people and data to culture. And that opens the door not just for a more inclusive leadership, but for a redefinition of what power and influence in human capital really looks like. So, how AI creates opportunities for women in human capital? First is moving from a more administrative to a more strategic role. So, AI automates this repetitive tasks, screening CV, scheduling, generating onboarding emails. So, according to Deloitte, this could free up to 30 to 40% of the HR's time, or the human capital's time, letting us focus on strategy, not just the spreadsheets. So this shift is huge for women. No longer just a people person, we can become data storytellers using analytics to shape culture and business impact. Second is breaking the bias cycle. So when built correctly, AI helps reduce the unconscious bias in hiring and in promotion. Um, Harvard Business Review cited that AI platforms that flag biased job descriptions and evaluate candidate skills objectively, empowering women who are often penalized for assertiveness or maternity gaps. But remember, AI is only as good as we feed it. And that's why we need women at the AI table to design systems that reflect equity, not just repeat prejudice. The third is leading digital transformation. So PwC's Women in Tech report found that companies with women in digital leadership roles outperforms other by up to 25% in terms of innovation. And HR leaders who upskill in AI can lead not just the tech change, but the cultural shift that comes with it. So think of it as women driving tech and transformation from inside and out. So that's the power of women, what women can bring. What skills should we have those opportunities? What skills should women in human capital should build? One is data literacy. Understanding people analytics, interpreting those dashboards, drawing insights, not just coding, it is critical thinking. So AI ethics, second, knowing how to challenge algorithms that reinforce bias and how to embed fairness into those designs. Third is collaboration with the tech team, closing that gap between the HR and the developers. No more lost in translations. Now we speak people. Now we must learn to speak platform. So fourth is the initiatives like in upskilling, initiatives like those that are presented by CIPD, Analytics for Practitioners, or free courses offered by different platforms. So those programs are already helping not only women, but all those who want to transition in these roles. Women's unique advantage in the age of AI is that it is not a surprise. What machine lacks is where women excel. Studies have shown by Daniel Goldman and Corn Ferry show that women score higher in empathy and social skills and coaching skills that AI cannot replicate. AI excels as a processing, predicting, and optimizing tool, but it does not experience the emotions, the values, or ethics. So humans, regardless of gender, bring that consciousness, that compassion and connection. There are no programmable. These are not programmable, so they are lived. So when we say what machines lack is where women excel, we're emphasizing that a human advantage, not a, it is a human advantage, not a limitation of the technology, but a reminder that technology needs human leadership and emotional intelligence is a strategic asset that cannot be automated. So as AI handles the data, we handle humans. And as AI delivers efficiency, we bring that meaning. Women in human capital can serve as the conscience of HR, ensuring or conscious of AI, ensuring that there is fairness, trust, and inclusion in everything that we adapt. So a call to action. So what does this all mean? If you're in human capital, learn the basics of AI. You don't need to be a data scientist. You need to be a data smart person. If you're a woman, claim your seat in that AI conversation. Representation in tech isn't just coding, it's decision making. If you're a leader, a mentor, mentor women to lead that AI driven teams. No, inclusion doesn't happen by accident. It is by intention and by design. So let's not watch this transformation happen. Let's lead it. And I leave you guys with this to reflect on. AI is not just about automation, it's about augmentation. And when we augment the brilliance of women in HR, in human capital, we power of AI. We don't just change HR or human capital, we change the future of work. So this isn't just a statement, it is a responsibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for joining us today. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce one of the most vibrant speakers of the day. She was in the top 50 HR professionals in 2025 and 2024. She was the HR manager of year in 2025. She is a very educated woman, did her chartered MCIPD and SPHRI. Please welcome Hitachi. Hello, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Musa. Thank you for a lovely introduction. I'm really grateful to you as well as everyone at Berkeley to help me share my views at Women Human Capital Conference 2025. Grateful to be here.
Likewise, and the mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm sure you are enjoying the conference so far. My name is Hitachi, and I have around 15 years of experience in HR. I've worked across geographies, started my career in India, then moved to United States, and now last 6 years I've been in UAE. I worked across industries, across sectors, across company sizes. I worked with startups. I worked with Fortune 500. The common theme which remains in all the companies which I've exposed myself to is the human element. It is our people, it is their performance, it's their emotions, it's their well-being, it's their psychological safety. And I feel proud of my work, which I've been able to deliver in the last 15 years to help our people progress, achieve their dreams, at the same time, make our organizations more profitable, more performance-driven, and have a culture where inclusivity and diversity excels. So today I will be talking about how unconscious biases leads to stereotyping, discrimination in a workplace. The presentation flow will be, first we'll understand what's the unconscious bias, how it leads to stereotyping, discrimination, what are the major roadblocks to an inclusive work culture, and how can we create an inclusive, diverse culture. What's an unconscious bias? To be honest, this is the beautiful definition which I found on Google: mental shortcuts. As humans, we are always trying to find a shortcut. We always try to work around something which is easy and which is speedy. For us, that's how we have our unconscious bias. Everyone, whether they have conscious or unconscious, it actually roots from the way you have been brought up, your upbringing, your cultural surroundings, your environment, the experiences you have received as a human, which defines your conscious or unconscious biases. We have around 10 plus unconscious biases, but today I will just cover a couple of them for help us to understand, to draw attention to this topic so that when we are making future decisions, we are aware of this. So can we get rid of this? And the answer is no. But we have to consciously make efforts to overcome these biases when we are trying to make decisions. And those decisions are impacting our own people, our own employees, and their future, their families, their dreams. So jumping on to unconscious biases, affinity bias. What is an affinity bias? Affinity bias is when we relate to a person coming from a similar background like us. Like I'm an Indian, I might have an affinity bias towards another Indian. Maybe I'm not even aware, but then unconsciously I'm trying to promote another Indian in the workplace. Or it could be I'm a woman and I want to empower more women colleagues. So this would be an affinity bias where you are trying to, find a relation to someone, some person based on their background, their cultural commonness with you, or their region, their country. Second is the gender bias. When you make decisions basis the gender of a person. So my last speaker, my colleague, she was addressing that women are, they are thought of that they are nurturers. So that's a bias. Women are thought that they are nurturers, so they are good for caregiving roles. They're good for roles like nurse. And then we have similar bias that men are more decisive, so they are good for leadership roles. The third is a confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is where we have a belief as a person, and then we try to confirm it again and again by seeing other person's behavior. Suppose I have an employee in my organization and that person is not competent enough to do the job, then I will over and over continuously look at the mistakes that's happening while delivering the role. Maybe I will overlook the good things the person is doing because I'm trying to confirm my belief that person is not suitable for the job. Lastly, the age bias. And age bias these days, we're discussing a lot about AI, and that's a common misconception that baby boomers, people who were 2 generations before us, they are not good with AI or technological gadgets. And another misconception is if you are a Gen Z, then you lack leadership capabilities, you lack leadership attitude. So these are the common biases which everyone has, and they get influenced by and accordingly influence their decision making. So what's a stereotype? These biases form assumptions and hence a stereotype. Stereotype is nothing but a oversimplified generalization where I say women are not good for nurturing roles, where I say we have men, they are good for heavy lifting roles. Okay, but I will be honest, when I worked in US and I worked with the startup there, and I hired more women colleagues as forklifters than men. They were strong enough to do the job, hence they were hired. And when these stereotypes start influencing our decisions, it leads to discrimination. Discrimination could be either direct or it could be indirect through our policies, our performance management systems. So what are the major roadblocks to a diverse, inclusive culture? First and foremost, as we are discussing, is the pre-existing stereotypes. Okay, these people are good for this set of job. Maybe we need a Western national for this kind of job. So these are the stereotype or prejudice which are already prevalent in the market or in the organization, and we just go with the flow. Communication barriers, where people don't speak the same common language. When I say the common language, I'm not addressing English, Arabic, or any other Hindi language. I'm addressing to the business language, where things are not clearly set, the policies are not in place, the systems are missing, and hence there are communication barriers. Trust issues, where the minority group is overlooked upon, and hence leading to trust issues with the minority group because they think that the majority group is always favored, or there's favoritism done by the management or the HR, and unconscious bias, where every day we try and make decisions, how much ever logic we are trying to apply. Harvard studies shows that 98% of our decisions are made by our emotional self, which comprises of these stereotypes, unconscious biases, and then we try to put logic around it. Lastly, how do we create an inclusive culture? We know we have biases, and if we are aware of those biases, and if we can put those biases or stereotypes in check, we can hire more diverse people, we can create more inclusive policies, and hence create an equitable work environment where everybody feels psychologically safe, promoted, and happy. So first is you need to encourage your people managers. Anybody who manages a team should go through a training on how to deal with employees with empathy, how to understand the emotions and feelings, how to have difficult conversations, how to resolve conflicts. Second is promote diversity. Promoting diversity could be, implementing intentional blind hiring techniques, wherein you take away the name, the address, or the picture of the person and just present the skills or the person, what he has done, what he can deliver. Give it to the hiring manager and you will see a difference. That, because I worked with organizations where, as I said, affinity bias, we try to hire people who are coming from a similar background. So I might, if I have somebody who started from the same college, I just get excited. Okay, it's from the same college. Maybe they'll be able to bring in the same value like I have brought to the organization. But is it really the right candidate or not? We are not certain, but we have already found a link in our brain that we have a little more favoritism towards this candidate, just basis the CV. So if you could go in for blind hiring techniques, that would definitely help hire more diverse talent. Provide diversity training to everybody in your organization on cultural competence, how to treat people, how to respect various cultures. You may not know everything about all the cultures and religions, but how to be smart enough to learn different cultures, respect the religious beliefs, and accordingly work in harmony with other colleagues in the workplace. Create a safe place where everybody's opinion is heard. There's active listening happening by the organization. There are regular employee surveys, which you circulate and you work on the feedback. Celebrate diversity through events, through cultural programs, through recognition programs. Equitable opportunities. Create equitable opportunities through your performance management system, wherein the best talent is promoted and it's transparent. Lastly, address biases. Have, clear systematic processes around where you call off the discrimination, harassment, and how they will be worked on, how there will be a disciplinary, so that everybody in the organization feels safe. Lastly, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My statement says one size doesn't fit all, wherein you can have opportunities created, at an organization level, but you should be ready to work around various employees or their needs. Thank you so much. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Musa.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very lovely message, and let's move to the next speaker of the day. Hello. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Dr. Musa. So happy to see you.
Likewise, and mic is in your hands. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me share this. Oh, how can I share the screen? Yeah, it's coming. Okay. Okay, that's great. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today. I'm Neetu Chaudhary. As Dr. Musa has already introduced, I'm Neetu Chaudhary. I'm C-suite advisor, keynote speaker. My passion is the neuroscience of leadership and neuroscience of business. And that's what we are going to discuss today. Science of female leadership. It's quite interesting, and I want this to be a little interactive. So I want to start with asking a question. Please write in comments. I don't know if there is a time lag between like you typing and me seeing it, but I want to ask you still, whatever time you see this, please write in comments. Whose brain do you think is bigger, male brain or female brain? And let me take a pause and see if I'm able to see comments. I think there is some time delay in comments, but still I wait for a few more seconds. And write in comments, whose brain do you think is big, male brain or female brain? I know this is a very controversial question, but we need to start conversation with this one. And let me break it down for you. Ladies, you'll not be happy with this one because male brain is 9% bigger than female brain. And I think all male listeners will be super happy right now for this one. Let's break it down a little more. Male and female, we are 99% genetically same, very less differences there. So 1% difference out of 30,000 genomes in human genes, it's like very minuscule, it's very less. But still that difference is significant enough for us because we see world differently. The way male sees a world and the female sees a world, it's entirely different. And that's the opportunity for businesses to use, because same situation but two different perspective they can get from the same situation. Interestingly, male brain is 9% bigger than female brain. All male members, yes, clap, that's great. But here is the twist. Almost 15-20 years back, like before that, people used to think, hey, ladies have less brain and they don't, like, they are not intelligent enough, so everyone was happy. In last 15 to 20 years, a lot of research is done and they found that two cases, actually two different studies are there, so I'll mention both of them because they both are equally valid. The number of neurons in female brain and the male brain are either same, or the female is having more neurons. So now all female listeners can clap for themselves because our brain is more organized and more compact. It's not everywhere all around the places. So that's the beauty of it. So don't worry if anybody says, yeah, male have bigger brain. Yes, you have bigger brain, but we have more neurons and we are more organized. Now, why it is important for us to know that in any way, neurologically, you are much smarter, you are much intelligent, you have everything what is required to have the leadership role. Now, I want you to go back a little bit in time, not 100, 200, 300 years, but 7 million years. I want you to go back and see how the evolution has shaped male brain and female brain. If we see male brain, it has evolved for hierarchy. Why? Because they are out in the field, they are hunting, lion is chasing them, so they have to protect themselves. So their brain is evolved for hierarchy. Am I head of the department or not? Am I head of the family or not? They always look for that. When I say they, their brain is looking for it. But when we talk about female brain evolution, since we are physically not that strong as compared to male, our survival strategy was to be together, to unite. And that's the reason female brain has evolved for relationship, community, being together, social, all these things. So no wonder why female are extremely good with emotional intelligence, resolving issues, conflict management, all these things female are naturally good. In fact, I want you to see this thing whenever you get time. If two people are fighting, and if a male is sitting and a female is sitting, male will simply sit and enjoy. But 99% time, female is the one who will go and who will interfere and try to resolve that conflict. The reason is that whenever she sees a conflict or fight or an argument, her dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin level drops to the level which is like life threatening for her, and cortisol level goes up, which is like stress hormone. So she just can't take that stress and she wants to resolve it as soon as possible. So don't like wonder if you have a big conflict in an organization or your office, bring a female manager and she'll be the fastest person to resolve that issue. Find a midway where everyone is happy. Nobody will feel like left out. So female are really good at this. And that's why I'm sharing this thing, because we all are different. And why do waste time in working on weaknesses? Rather use our strength and leverage on it and grow together. Now, the next thing which I want to discuss is lot of data is available. What I have taken is from the Harvard Business Review. I have taken the data. In general, managers use more positive word when they define and talk about a male colleague, and use more negative words when they talk about female colleagues. So you can see here, the blue one is the positive one and the orange one is the negative one. So for male, you can see they talk about analytical, competent, athletic, dependable, and very few negative words are there, arrogant and irresponsible. But the same manager, when they talk about female colleague, they talk about lot of negative words. And interestingly, I want you to pay attention over here. Interestingly, these negative words are subjective, not objective. So look at this table one more time and see for male, the words which are used, they are more objective and measurable and quantifiable. While for female, it's more subjective and depends on the mood of your manager. That's the story. That's the ground reality. And we are going to talk in next 10 minutes how we can change that. So first, let's understand how different we think, like how different a male and a female think about it. Male brain thinks about winning, whether it's an argument, it's a project, it's a deal, doing a market research, it could be anything. Male, or even if it's a game, for them, the first thing that comes is, I have to win. But in the same place, if the female is there most of the time, again, when I'm saying this thing, it's all based on research. Not necessarily it's 100% correct. You may be an exception, but in general, this is how the female brain thinks. So when female thinks, first thing, she will not think of winning. She will think of not losing. And the interesting part is that when you think of winning, you win. But when you think of not losing, you lose, because not losing is not winning. They are not the same thing. And let me do one experiment. Whenever you see this one, please just close your eyes for a moment and think about, if you're listening, if you're like driving or anything, don't close your eyes while driving. But yes, please, whenever you listen to this, just close your eyes for a moment and see. Think about anything, but not a pink elephant with a nice tutu. There are green trees around her, and she's just splashing on water and playing. Now tell me, what did you think? Did you think about a crow or something, or did you think about exactly what I said? Most of you would have seen a pink elephant who's playing in water, who's like having the pink color tutu around her, like the ballet dress and all. Why? Because brain does not understand no. So when you think of not losing, actually you're telling your brain to lose, and your brain will find out every strategy so that you can lose. You have to shift your mind from not losing to winning a game if you want to stand out in this corporate game. The second thing which male thinks is about, they want to be better than others, which is very natural because they are out in the field and they have to hunt and they have to be the master of like hunting and all those things. Female, in place of that, they think about perfection, and that's the biggest problem with most of female. We write a book, we don't publish because we think that, yeah, it's not perfect. I will not do this podcast, so this video, yeah, mine is not good. Some other person thinks better than me. So we just lose 80% of our life trying to be perfect. And you get perfect by doing things, not just by sitting and thinking about it. The other things are focus on the end result. Now, if you are thinking about or aspiring to be at the leadership role, you have to think like male little bit here. Think of the end goal. Don't think of continuous improvement. Of course, it is good if you're in manufacturing, in quality control, in product design, that's very good. But if you're thinking about the leadership role, you have to have the end goal in your mind. That's the only way to thrive in that one. And the next one we'll talk about is, look at the area of agreement, bond, and conversation. Yes, the male bond in a game and the female bonds in a conversation. So if you have a female colleague and you want to open up with, like her to open up with you and know what's happening, what are her challenges, invite her for a coffee meeting. She'll open up and share everything. If you have a male colleague, then you go for a game or a match or something and play with them. That's a place where they feel comfortable, they feel belonged, and they open up. And fixing the problem, and the other thing is like expressing and exploring. So these are the things which male and female brain think. Now I've got the message that I have only 5 minutes left, I think. So the female face lots of imposter syndrome, like more than 70% female feel imposter syndrome because we think about perfection. And just go ahead, who cares? In few decades you will be gone, I'll be gone, and everyone who's listening this video will be gone, maximum 30-40 years. So why do you worry? Just go ahead and do things. Because most of the time we are not able to do things because of the imposter syndrome, thinking that I'm not good enough, maybe people are better than me. No, ladies say, women say 10 times more sorry than male. And the research shows that female have the more intensity of feeling guilty for doing something and then they apologize, as compared to male. They are okay to call their friend at night 3 o'clock and still they don't feel that, yes, I have to apologize for it. But a female has not opened the door or held the lift door for somebody, they feel bad about it. So we have to overcome that, because if you are thriving, like aspiring for leadership role, of course you have to think of those things. The next is risk taking. Male and female think very differently when it comes to risk taking. Risk is made up of two things, likelihood and impact. So male brain thinks more about likelihood, and that's the reason for them expanding to a new market becomes much easier. Female brain thinks about more people, safety, and sustainability. Now, if that's your comfort zone, perfectly fine. Then look at the areas where you can use these things and grow. But if you want to, like, aspiring for a leadership role, then you have to change your mindset a little bit and think about likelihood and finance and physical growth, market expansion, all these things. Interestingly, during the crisis time, the risk-taking capacity of male increases, but at the same time, the risk-taking capacity of female decreases because she's worried about her people. So it's very natural. And if you want to do something else, of course, you have to change your mindset. Negotiation. Female are very good at negotiating for others, not for themselves. Male are very good at negotiating for themselves, not for others. So if you want to talk about your own salary negotiation, think of yourself as a third person and then talk about it. So you will do better. And confidence plus competency equals to result. If you are competent but not confident, you're not going to get the result which you deserve. So you have to work on confidence. That's the formula of success. Now, let me quickly tell you, because I have only 3 minutes remaining. During your menstruation cycle, the first half of that is the most important because your estrogen is high and progesterone is less. Estrogen is required for the prefrontal cortex to think better. So if you have anything important or crucial, it could be job interview, presentation, anything, try to keep it in the first cycle rather than the second half of it, because that's the time when your brain is helping you a lot. And these are some of the words. I don't think I have enough time to go through all of them. Let me quickly go through this one. Don't use vague terms like I think, I feel. Nobody cares what you think and feel. Leadership needs a confident word. So I expect, I want, data shows, all these things. Let's do one thing. Take screenshot of it, go in detail, and you can get in touch with me if you want to have more details. So avoid using all the vague terms like it's very good, it's very bad. Show the data, quantify it, be very specific what you're looking for. If you're striving for, if you're aspiring for the leadership role, don't have the vague commands. Can you please give it to me by tomorrow? No, you are a leader. You have to say, I need it by tomorrow. Do you need extra time? Let me know for that one. So be very specific. And I think, yeah, my time is up now. Thank you so much. Male and female brain, they are very different from each other, and each one has their own strength and capabilities. So just use your strength and leverage for it. Don't try to improve on your weaknesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your advices and your insight. I think the audience has got a lot of value, and I'm looking forward to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the end of our program, and this is our last speaker who's going to talk about the courage to live your values. And please welcome David. Thank you very much, David, for joining us today.
Thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah, a similar situation here. I'm in England, so it's quite early morning. I have to start it.
Yes.
But anyways, I like your passion, and I want to thank you for taking this pain to impart your knowledge with the rest of the world. So mic is in your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me just turn the slides on. There we go. Okay. So thank you very much. I understand I'm your last speaker today, so I am not going to hold you up too long. I'm going to try to get through this and challenge your thinking as to what kind of work are you doing that makes you happy. If you are aligned with your values, there is great success. When you're not aligned with
I think there's a technical error coming and it disrupted for a while. So let's wait for some time to join him back. Meanwhile, we can talk about the initiatives done by Voice of Global Women. Education is really important for women, and we need to work hard together closely on that. There are 1/3 of the population is not educated all over the world, according to the World Bank statistics. In Africa, in South Asia, Southeast Asia, there is a lot of issues in terms of women's security, women development, women leadership. And woman is a real victim of the man's mentality. Here is the time comes when we try to give women a feel that this world belongs to them, and they can also do a great wonders all together with the men, living in their cultural boundaries, because education is really important. How to keep your environment safe, how to be more productive, how to remain yourself motivated, all these things required to you from which comes from education. So let's see if the David is back.
There we are.
That's great, David. So over to you.
Thank you. It's very interesting. Technology works. It's great. When it doesn't work, we have problems. Okay, so let me begin. I'm going to cover a few things this morning. I see the slides not changing. So I'm just going to go ahead and hopefully the slides will catch up with me. We're going to cover what values are, why they matter, and we're going to look at what are triggers that cause values to be an issue and how to live them. So, and I want to tie this to something that's very interesting because I heard earlier some questions about technology and AI. And technology and AI have caused great consternation and issues for women in performance management, in succession planning, and especially in hiring. So I'll try to briefly touch upon that. But values, let me begin with that. Values are defined by me because most people, when they talk about values, they just talk about it assuming everybody has the same understanding. Not true. Values are strongly held beliefs, emotionally charged, resistant to change, and universally applied. Values are the foundation for our ethical well-being. When we live our values, we sleep well at night. When we don't live our values, then we're not living our priorities. We're not living our best self. So values guide everything we do. Values, when it comes to women in leadership, are much more present in their lives. Women have been able to consistently take a stand with the authenticity and the fulfillment of their values, being able to stand up to the pressure that society puts on us is critical to one's success. And women have successfully been able to do that, whether they are leaders at various organizations, from Facebook to Xerox to any other organization. They've been very successful in doing that. In doing so, what triggers you to reflect on your values? What motivates, what moments in your life have your values been tested, and what did that reveal to you? It probably revealed because of peer pressure, the desire to get along, the desire to maintain your job, the desire to keep your position. You gave into your values. And when you give into your values, you begin to diminish as a person. You begin to not feel well. You don't want to go to work. You lose confidence, etc. So values under pressure are the hardest ones to live. And what are the consequences when you are under pressure and there's a conflict with your values? Dissonance sets in. And when dissonance sets in, you are conflicted. And when you're conflicted, you might do the wrong thing in order to please somebody else and not please yourself. So living our values strengthen our confidence. They build trust with ourselves and with those that we are in relationship to, and they allow us to take a leadership stand. People follow people based on values. See, leadership is not about your behavior. Leadership is defined by your followers. Being a leader, anybody could say they're a leader, but the measurement of a leader is by the amount of followers they accumulate. People follow you or follow certain people because they align with that person's values, because that person is consistent in their values. It's predictable in those values. When women stand by their values, they not only lift themselves, but they lift and empower others. Standing with your values gives you the courage, gives you the confidence to take a stand, to believe in yourself. So it's about taking action. Values do not stand in a vacuum. You can't leave them on the shelf. You can't pack them up neatly, put them on a shelf, leave for work, and wear your values again when you get home. Your values are with you all the time. Your values are the things that when you see something, you hear something in the news, and it hits you in the gut that that's wrong, it's identified your values. Now, be careful. Remember, the definition was it's strongly held beliefs. If you are going to change your opinion very quickly, or if you give up something very quickly, it doesn't mean it was a strongly held belief. It wasn't a value. A value is something you're willing to walk away from a situation in because of your values. Your values define who you are and how the world sees you through your actions, not your beliefs. So, know your values. Do they align with your workplace? And I tell my students, I tell people, I've been saying this for 30 years that I've been working with organizations around the world. When you hire people who fit your values, they have a positive employee experience. A positive employee experience leads to higher productivity, higher levels of retention, higher innovation, and therefore more sustainability as an organization. When there's a conflict with values, and here's something that's very interesting, and most people don't realize this, but when you hire people that fit your values, you promote them internally at senior levels, they will outperform those who you bring in from the outside. When you bring in an employee from outside who doesn't fit your values, they usually leave within 3 to 6 months. At a senior executive level, the research shows very clearly that 80% of those that came from the outside fail because of lack of fit to values. But yet, when a CEO is promoted inside, they last far beyond 2 years, and they are more focused and successful. Corporate culture is built around the company's values. That culture comes from usually the founders of the organization, and it's passed on from generation to generation. We don't know the values because they're put up on the website, because that's wall decor. We know the values by how they make decisions, how they treat people, by the things that they do, not by the things that they say. And when leadership is clear in that, when what's on the website is actually the authentic values that are lived, the organization is a healthy organization. Don't expect your workplace to change. I challenge anybody who says we're going to change our corporate culture to talk to me 6 months later or a year later, because culture cannot change, because our values don't change that quickly. Our values evolve very slowly. Corporate culture evolves slowly. And as a result of that, when somebody comes into an organization and says, we're going to change the culture, all those people have been successful for all those years, they're threatened. They become defensive. And because they're strongly held beliefs, they don't give them up. And the culture doesn't change. It's like a rubber band. It might seem to be changing for a while, but after a while, when things start to settle, it snaps back to its original shape. Therefore, when your values clash with what you're doing, you're not feeling very confident. So a call for courage is when you live your values, you define who you are. What steps do you need to take to understand your values or align with your work? Is before you look at your values, define yourself. Your values of the workplace don't define you unless you allow them to. Your values, who you are, define you. If you don't stand up and take action according to your values, you will not be successful as a person. It takes courage. And if not now, when? So let me, before I close, share with you how this is an issue on many levels, especially for women. Several years ago, the London Philharmonic Orchestra decided that there were not enough women in the orchestra. There were women who were just as good at the instruments as anybody else. So they decided that they were going to make it an equal orchestra. It was going to engage more women. So the women came in for an audition, and they still hired men. So they decided to go to blind auditions. So the auditions, men and women, were behind the curtain. And they only listened to the instrument. Sounds good. Problem is, more men were hired. So they investigated and they asked people, why do you hire men? And the subconscious is amazing, because our biases are there. We all have bias. A bias is opinion about something or someone before you meet them, because of your common experience with people who are similar to them. What was similar in this case? They could differentiate between who is a man and who is a woman by the sound of their shoes. And therefore the bias kicked in. So they had another audition. And this time, they not only put down a carpet, people were not allowed to wear their shoes as they walked on stage to play their instrument. And guess what? They hired more women than men because the bias was eliminated. Now, I know you had a previous speaker about AI and how it is helping women. It is not. As a matter of fact, it's not helping people of a certain ages. For instance, the software for resume identification by Workforce is currently being sued because it eliminates resumes of people over 40 years of age, creating age discrimination. The interview bots that are being created where the computer actually interviews you, analyzes what you said, compares it to what the company's looking for, discriminates against people who have brown skin, who wear facial hair, who have an accent that is different from the one that was trained by the program. There are many issues with that. Amazon decided to have AI to pick resumes, and they found out it was only men because the AI was trained on people who already existed there. So be careful. If, in fact, you're going for an interview, if, in fact, there's technology involved, ask how much decisions are made by AI so you know what you're up against. Because AI is only as good as the people who programmed it. And right now, whether it's performance management, whether especially succession planning, hiring, there are issues with AI. So be careful with that. Stick to your values. And the only thing I could say is if you know your values, understand your values, when you go for an interview, ask the following question of the person that's conducting the interview. Tell me a time recently when under pressure, you decided to live your values. And if they can't come up with an answer, they do not know what the values of the company are. Live your values, be strong, and you will rise up yourself as well as others. If anybody wants a copy of the slides, anybody wants a copy of an excerpt from my new book, Selecting the Best, please email me, and I will gladly share that with you. I thank you very much, and I hope that this was helpful and an eye-opener for those who were here. Have a great evening.
David, it was so lovely, and I feel that you have a lot of knowledge, and this time was too short. So we'll try to catch you another time for a bigger talk in the future. Until then, you take care of yourself, and thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully completed our conference, which was focused on women, human development as a human expert, human resources experts were on the board, and they discussed a lot of issues, which are the issues of the times that we are living in. We're talking about HR tech. We are talking about artificial intelligence. Same time, we are talking about women emotions, human stresses. We are talking about difference between men and women. Along with that, we understand that a woman need education, women need health, without paying anything. This is the privilege that we want to give it to the women, that we men is here to support you guys. So you just focus on care and nourishing and giving life into the world. Thank you very much for joining us today, and I'm looking forward to see you again. Till then, take care of yourself. men and women are two real assets for the society. And the growing population, women are growing more than men. And it's become very important for women to prepare herself to lead the world. Focus, how can we develop the women? How innovation can help? How can we be more creative? How can we be more sustainable? How we can create the woman opportunity? How a woman can be her own boss? How can she convert her dreams into a reality?